Good evening. Welcome to the Performance Check channel, which is Rob's channel that I have hijacked for the evening to run my brand of D&D/mental torture. I am once again joined by my players from last time, which was not published, but we'll discuss that in a moment. Mike, Dom, and Rob. We are in the Penny Kingdoms playing Chaos Falls, and we're in for a bit of an adventure tonight. Unfortunately, last time we started the game, we hit an absolute plethora of technical difficulties that just plagued us, and were not able to actually get anything coherent. So we decided that we would just let it go. We would just let it die, and just do a recap and pick up where we left off, so as not to waste our time or yours. So let's not go on about that too much. We don't want to dwell on things that went wrong. We would much rather sort of get on with things. So I'm going to do a short recap, and then we'll see what happens. So, after an intense night of subterranean battling, which culminated in honourable combat to the death against the tyrannical Lord Flagstaff, our adventurers rested up and gathered before the charred, skewered remains of Maximilian Damage. Upon searching him, they found some handy loot, but all was not right with Night Knight. It's kind of a good title for a book, I think. All was not right with Night Knight, who was hearing a sinister voice in his head offering him power. Shortly thereafter, all three party members were violently yanked into a swirling portal, which appeared just as the now strangely fresh mummy hand that was discovered the night before was pulled from Night Knight's satchel. They were whisked through a swirling vortex and dumped unceremoniously into what appeared to be a small, well-kept museum. This museum housed items of such power that it was almost impossible to believe that such a collection could exist. Items like a chunk of the fabled Philosopher's Stone, the still power exuding skull of the mighty dragon Rothnaveks, both the Book of Exalted Deeds and the sinister Book of Vile Darkness, and Thundergrosh, the dragon-slaying weapon of the long-slumbering king of the dwarves. Upon meeting the museum curator, Thrips, they learned that he had been encouraged to make a wish by a powerful djinn named Tau. A wish to see his small business become incredibly successful. The manipulative Tau granted the wish by gifting Thrips the Artisan's Compass, a device which would seek out the world's most powerful artifacts and draw them in. The compass worked as intended, bringing in items of immense power. Eventually, Tau got his prize. For the infamous Deck of Many Things was called forth. The deck was the focus of Tau's plan. Some strange innate knowledge of the deck's power allowed him to manipulate it into a more ordered state. As this happened, the world and much more changed. It began to become more ordered. Chaos began to dwindle. If chaos becomes ordered, it ceases to exist, and free will of any kind will be lost. Our heroes were informed by the mysterious pixie-like being, Yam, that as the deck reconfigures, chaos is rebelling, changing the world around it, even beyond the barriers of time itself. And once the deck is stacked, Tau will have ultimate power. Yam believes that the only way to stop it is to destroy the deck completely, but first it must be found. He opened a portal using the power of an artifact chosen by Dorvan, the dwarven dragon shaman. I forgot to write that in.
Thank you.
He told our heroes to locate the artifact they are sent to open the next portal, destroying all chaos demons in their path. Yam believes that eventually they will find the deck, after travelling through hopefully not too many worlds. He's going to help with that. They will then have to figure out how to destroy it and restore everything to the way it was. He only hopes they can do it before chaos falls. And it is there we return to our players. The last time we saw them, they were pointed in the direction of a portal, which was just outside the door of Thrips Curios, the museum. They entered the portal and were whisked through yet another swirling vortex and dropped into the middle of a very open, what appears to be some sort of battlefield. They are surrounded by snowy peaks, cliffs on either side. They are in some sort of valley. The floor is rocky and it is strewn with corpses. There appear to be guard towers and enforcements all around, and trenches dug out into the ground. The sounds of distant battle can be heard on the air. Our players have fallen from a height, but again, it doesn't seem like it's done them any damage. There's almost a sort of air cushion as they fall. It's like they've been dropped into a sort of reality of sorts. And as they gather themselves, they take in their environment. And now you can see on the map, feel free to sort of have a look around. You can see everything that you can see. If you would like to do a spot check, all three of you actually would.
I would like to
probably
say
be worthwhile
that Dorvan's draconic sense aura had been active at this point, which means you will get +2 to your search. Sorry, to spot, listen, and initiative. So just keep that in mind whilst you're in 30 feet of me and can see me. You get +2 to spot, listen, and initiative.
Excellent. Dorvan, actually, also, I should say, because we did talk about this last time. Sorry, I completely drew a blank. Being a dwarf, you will have at some point in your life visited the Undercroft. It may have been a very long time, but you have seen it, right? Like, you've been there.
Yes.
Yeah. So you will recognise that this does appear to be the Hewn Valley, which is the valley between the snow-capped mountains, which leads to the entrance of the Undercroft. But as you remember it, the Hewn Valley is not exactly like this. It's not a battlefield. It has enforcements and protections and things like that, but there was no trenches that you can recall. But it definitely seems, landscape-wise, that's where you are. So we got night 23.
If that was +2, sorry, I forgot. So that's 18 for Johan on the spot.
Excellent. Okay. So you can see the nearest bodies to you, which I believe are these guys over here, the ones that are on the floor. You can see that they, let's see, Johan, he's 18.
18,
Dorvan, yeah, you're
right,
kind of taking in everything, trying to take in what's around you and where you now are. But you guys can see that the bodies that are here appear to both be that of armored elves.
Interesting.
Which of you is the tallest? I'm guessing Johan is the tallest, right?
Oh, by far.
Because obviously we've got a dwarf and a goblin. And a goblin. So,
verging on twice as tall.
Johan, can you please tell me your armor class?
Yes, with his towering stature, Johan has an armor class of 21.
What?
All right, excellent. Okay, so Johan, it's kind of strange. It's almost like you hear this kind of sound as an arrow seems to come flying towards you from sort of maybe this direction. You think over this kind of way, out of seemingly nowhere. It seems to have come from really far away. Like whoever fired this is doing a long shot, and it whizzes past your head, just barely missing you as it kind of grazes the side of you. You know, you hear it whizzing past, and clatters behind you. And as this happens, a head pops up from the trench just in front of you of a stout dwarven fellow with kind of silvery hair. He pops up, he's carrying a large mace, and he says, What do you think you're doing?
I could ask you the same question. Not many
Get
survive
down!
long enough to make a second shot. But he gets interrupted.
Night is already running to hide behind this thing as Johan is monologuing.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, so you stand behind the barrier that is placed next to the trench. Dorvan, you kind of skid yourself, and there's a bit of maybe sort of a 4.5, 5 feet drop, which you kind of clamber down into there, and this silver-haired dwarf. Where in the hell did you come from? You can't just be wandering around a battlefield like that.
I have no idea how we got here. There was a portal, and by the dragon's teeth, is this the hewn valley?
The what?
Aye, this is the Hewn Valley. But how did you get here? You're behind enemy lines.
Whose lines are we behind?
Well, you're behind the dwarven lines, of course. We're behind our defences. How did you get past our defences?
Yes, by the dragon's graces, we were teleported here. I don't know beyond that.
You were teleported? I don't understand. There's a crying baby on the battlefield. I do apologise.
This is no place for an infant.
This is not a place for an infant. You brought a baby with you. Just stay in cover. I saw you. You nearly got your head took off there.
Heat.
Nearly.
What teleported you in? Have you come for a reason? You don't appear to be with the enemy.
Are you aware? And Dorvan puts his hand on the dwarf's shoulder. Of the Thunder Grosh. Getting
Thunder Grosh.
closer as he says
Too
it.
close.
Yeah. So you reach onto your back to pull out the Thunder Grosh, and it doesn't appear to be there. You've kind of mentioned it, and you've got your own weapon, which you pull forward, and you go, "Oh shit!"
This is not it.
You don't appear to have pulled it through the portal with you. Whatever it was, the artifact, the power that was taken from it appears to have just been some sort of key that unlocked it. It's sent you, but it hasn't come with you. So in saying this, you've sort of pulled out your own weapon and then gone, "Oh crap." That's a mighty fine. I don't know you, friend. Which clan are you with?
The Bronze Clan.
The Bronze Clan.
Master Dwarf, I'd like to give you a small bit of advice. Any time that my friend here mentions the Bronze Ones or anything to do with bronze dragons, feel free to take it with a pinch of salt.
I'm
I've
not.
relinquished
And that is a lot.
I mean, we're
all
not
of my old
much.
house clans. I stand only now with the Bronze Ones. I am Dorvan, the Dwarven Dragon Shaman. Bronze Child.
Not really many dragon shamans
Bronze
around.
child's got longer.
He's making up.
He is bronze child.
Stop trying to make Bronze Child a thing, Dorvan.
He is the bronze child. Child of
He's just
bronze.
making-
But you can call me Bronze Child.
Bronze child.
Child.
Or you can call me Nighthawk.
To call me dragon.
You can call me dragon.
This is your clan. It's not one I'm familiar with. Oh, excuse me. It's not one I'm familiar with. But it's possible it was one of the many that have fallen. I offer my sympathies if that be the case.
Who have fallen?
Many, many have fallen. Entire houses have fallen. We are the last defense against the elves.
Not the elves.
We have not been at war with the elves for quite some time.
How long have you been away, my friend?
Not long.
Long.
The only other day we were in the Penny Kingdoms. Valdenor. North of Valdenor, Orenthale.
Well, you have come far. Perhaps you're not in your right mind, or you've received some sort of head injury, but I can assure
He's
you,
definitely received some sort
we
of head
have been
injury.
at war for many years. A war which has taxed us nigh to destruction. We are all that stand between our enemy and our home. Forgive me, I must introduce myself. My name is Burnley Silveraxe.
Not a Silveraxe.
Burnley, eh?
Indeed, I am the commander of the last regiment here.
And what of the king?
As you look ahead, you can see that there are a couple of the towers are manned with dwarves with like crossbows, and you can see some sort of shining helmets of armored dwarves sticking up slightly above the line of the trenches. But there's not really that many. You can see 2 pikemen if you look far ahead at the sort of furthest trenches. But there's really not that many dwarves left. The ground is strewn with pretty much mostly elves, but there are a few piles of what look like stacked bodies of dwarves, fallen dwarves, behind you.
What of the king? His honor guard, the deep wardens.
The king fell. The king fell long ago, my friend. We are all that is left.
Nonsense, the king was alive and kicking naught but 2 days ago.
What has provoked this attack from the elves? What has driven them far from their lands and into yours?
I will tell you, but first I must shut that damn baby on the battlefield up. Do excuse me, I have to close my door. Because we knew this would be a problem.
No,
Just give me a
listen,
second.
I can't even hear the baby, to be
hear it.
honest, so I don't know if that's just my settings. If I
think
can't
credit
hear,
to-
that means likely the stream can't. For those watching live on Roll the
Look at that
Bones,
lovely pair
if
of
you can hear a
shorts.
screaming child, and you can see a lovely pair of shorts, please make it known in the chat, and you will be. Look at you. Might as well have hearts on your shorts, man.
Are they just pants, Matthew? Are you
They are not
just
pants.
wearing
No,
pants.
these are comfies, and these are Mario comfies.
Okay.
How high are your socks, Matthew?
And my socks are very high. They're
It's
comfortable.
supporting his calves before
Right,
he collapses.
listen. Okay, I'm just going to
They're
clear
all
this
that's holding him up.
I'm just going to clear this up before we start.
Is it new father?
I am a new father. My wife gave birth last week. I have an 11-year-old baby in the bedroom who is screaming like wet
11-year-old
wipes
baby.
are acidic at the moment.
This
And
is
he
the
will be
reason
quiet
why we've not
shortly.
been playing D&D, ladies and gentlemen. This is the
It is
reason
the
why we
reason.
missed the session. No excuse.
Also, I'm going to try and keep track of what's happening in the game, but I haven't slept properly in like 11 days. So I will do my best, but just so you're aware, that's why there's a screaming baby on the battlefield.
Screaming
and that is
baby on
why
the battlefield.
I'm
Sorry.
currently in my not pants, shorts, comfy shorts,
Okay.
and pulled up socks because it's comfortable. Leave me alone. Anyway, so
Continue.
the last question that was asked of Burnley
Yes.
Silveraxe.
Yes.
The elves, they are not what they once were. Do you really not know? Have you not encountered any on your way?
Speak to us as if we had the knowledge of that baby on the
that you can
battlefield.
Squawking baby. Aye, the baby of the battlefield. It's a well-known ghost. The elves, years ago, they fell to some mind control or some disease or some chaos infected their minds. They are not the elves that once they were. Once they may have been what we may have considered namby-pamby, tree-hugging, wood-loving, long-haired, whatever, but they were at least in some way wise. Now they are not but violent killing machines with the magic of the wilds at their disposal. They attack without consideration, and they are a power to be reckoned with. We have been at war with them now for, as I say, many years.
Do we know of any war between the dwarves and the elves in our sort of knowledge of history? Probably Dwarven would.
You know that throughout the eras in the past there have been skirmishes between the dwarves and the elves. There has certainly been bad blood, but there has never actually been like open war specifically. There's always been a tension
I would
between
imagine
the
more
two.
in, like the Underdark with the drow, but
With the drought, absolutely, and that's kind of the thing. Burnley says to you, "We were blindsided years ago. All of our defences were there. The deep wardens were protecting us from what was to come from below. Little did we realise the biggest threat that we were to face would come head on from above."
And they have just struck as violent killers, with seemingly no motivation, or do they hunt something in particular within the halls of the dwarves?
Seems that they wish to take the Undercroft for their own. Some innate hatred of our kind drives them forward. They wish to see our entire race destroyed. They are powerful, violent, killing machines, and they can strike from such distance. They have the magic that once they had, but now they use it for wanton destruction. They, as you could see from before, they can fire an arrow between your eyes from a good 2,000, 3,000 yards.
And yet they cannot hit high, Johan. Now, we seek an anomaly of some magical origin. Know you of any strange activity that you could point us towards?
Strange activity.
Beyond the marauding hordes of the bloodthirsty elves, yes.
Well, I have been informed that there is an imminent attack that a regiment of powerful elves intends to strike. They have been cutting their way through our further defences, and we are to fight them within the day. And they are led by one. They are one Captain Anathromar.
Anathema.
Captain Anathromar seems to wield some power I cannot describe. He calls forth lightning from the skies. But this is not radically unusual for the elves. They do wield strange magics. I don't trust it.
We must have been brought
We
here.
are prepared, though.
We must have been brought here for some reason. Johan will say more to Night and to Dorvan than to Burnley. Perhaps it is providence that we have been placed directly before this Burnley with his tales of war.
You can see that. I mean, you can feel that there's a sort of palpable energy on the battlefield. They are all prepared for a fight. He was kind of hyper alert before you got there. I should say he looks. He has many scars on his face. His armor is battered. It is not the proud, shined, well looked after armor that the dwarves once had. This is armor that has seen battle many, many times, and obviously he's not had any chance to give it the proper upkeep between fights. This guy looks exhausted, and yeah, there is definitely an atmosphere of tension here. This feels like a kind of last ditch thing. His beard, yes, he has a silver kind of beard. It is long, and it is mighty, but it is looking greasy and straggled.
That is a shame. Such a shame.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. He's you know he's a man of skill. He has replatted it himself, and it looks like it is firm, but it is not as neat as it could be.
A little too firm.
He says we have lookout towers. And he points to the towers on the either side. He says, but you may wish to speak to the human.
There is a human?
There is a human. He is our best at range. Anything you're looking for on the battlefield, he may be able to help you spot at a distance. He is at yon tower, and he points, and you can see up at the tower over this way, there is a taller being that is sort of keeping watch. He's crouched down with a long bow, hair kind of tied up in a loose, messy bun and a scraggly beard on his face.
We will speak with this human and see what he sees upon the horizon.
Aye, very good. Do be careful making your way across the battlefield. Be quick, and do not delay at any point.
Don't stop for nothing.
And be prepared. They will be upon us shortly.
I hunger for battle, but I fear it might be
I hunger
prudent
for battle.
to speak with this archer, this lonely archer. Let us find him.
The lonely archer. Yeah, so you can see that there's this guy up the tower on this one. These two towers are both manned by dwarves with crossbows. This tower looks like it is a bit damaged, and there's no one at the top of that tower. But yeah, over there, this tower, you see the human. Anything that is beyond the snow line on either side becomes difficult terrain. So you cannot run in difficult terrain, and you can't do free 5-foot steps and such.
Sorry, Matt, you highlighted the tower. Is it the one closest to us, or is it a different one? I didn't
No,
see.
it's the one slightly further away. This one over here.
Back to the right.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even see him.
No.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Right.
No,
little further
turn
up.
to the others
Yeah, I see
and
him.
say, follow exactly in my footsteps. Yes.
Very well.
Okay.
Can I hide before I run out?
Absolutely. Yes, you can.
Completely disappeared.
It is quite a rocky kind of place. There is snow in the air. You definitely can attempt to keep yourself nice and small and hidden and hide as you run. So just do me a hide check. One of the few things I think that 5th edition did quite well, making a stealth check, just a stealth check instead of 2 different checks.
Yes.
We won't go there for
Agreed.
now.
Agreed.
34. Jesus.
34.
Okay.
And then he's going to run
Okay.
parallel to here.
The snipers rolled horrifically badly, so you managed to make that, and they have no idea that there was anything that moved across their line of sight at all.
I think as he's going, he's cackling. He's like,
Excellent.
come, friends.
Before we make a move from the trench or from behind the pallet, Johan is going to put a hand on Dorvan's chest to prevent him from going. First of all, and we'll say, "You move slower than I."
Well, I have shorter legs and heavy armor.
It is just something I wanted to point out. You will then run.
It's just a power play thing. You just wanted to make sure that everybody knows.
We just wanted everyone to know. Before we continue, guys, I just want to point out that because last time was such a shit show with the technical issues, we didn't actually get the opportunity. And normally we wouldn't do this, but I think it's only fair because it wasn't actually possible that all 3 of you have the plus 1d4 on your rolls, because that was awarded with channel points to you last time, but you had no opportunity and there was no chance for it to be used. So I reckon just this once we should carry that on, and that came from Redium, I believe. So thank you very much,
Redium, as always. Thank you for joining us. Does that mean
We did also give the DM a bonus as well, didn't he?
Did he do that as well? I'd forgotten that part, but that's very honest of you. I think he gave each. Redium might remember better than us, so if you want to pop it in the chat, Redium, what you if you did that, I'm pretty sure that you gave all 3 of the players 1d4 bonus on a d20 roll. in the future. That is, a given. So happy for you guys to have that. I don't know if you did award the DM one as well. I'm happy to take that as well.
I'm pretty
but
sure he did, because I remember thinking.
Just wanted you to be aware that you have that.
He turned on us.
Speaking of rolls, I'm gonna make a roll to hide as well. Then I think Johan's gonna do the same.
You can, or if you would like to, you can do a tumble check because they're shooting you from such a distance. It's kind of a surprise thing. So if you do a successful tumble check, we'll say so. A successful tumble check, DC 20, to make it across to where Night is. They won't be able to get a shot on you.
Oh, 22.
Beautiful. So you move across to where Night is, and no arrows fire. These guys are pros. Like they would only take the shot if they could see the whites of your eyes.
Nice.
Which they're elves, they can.
Yeah.
If you're still for a second.
Yeah, Johan will fling himself over into a dive and arrive next to Night.
Excellent stuff. So you are now behind the guard tower. The guard tower is obviously it's open wood, but it has got cloth bits across it to sort of block any vision. So you are blocked completely from sight. And the guy, the dwarf that's at the top with his crossbow, looks down and sort of gives you the nod, and then puts his crossbow back up and starts looking out on the horizon again. Dorvan, it's down to you.
Well, I will need to do double movement to get there, and I will attempt to do a hide sort of thing. However, this isn't going to go well.
Oh boy.
Although on a -1, it's okay. 16, shield is up.
Okay. 16, shield is up. Let's see if they've got you.
It's bright.
My God. You lucky sods. I swear to God, I rolled a 4 last time and I rolled a 3 this time. I might put this in dice jail. Yep. They don't see the slow... the amazing elf snipers don't spot the dwarf lumbering across the battlefield. Oh God, they suck. But no, this once, you were on it. It was beautiful. You just moved smoothly. Your ancestral home fed you.
The next move, there is a small pile of rocks. We must run and dive for the small pile of rocks. Yes.
So what you can see, the kind of blue edges here are like drops as well. So you can get a bit of hide. It's maybe only sort of 3 feet, but you can get cover and certainly be in a position where you're not shootable there as well. But this is all uphill that you're going now, so you're going to be moving at half speed. Difficult terrain.
Half speed.
10, 15, 20, 25,
15.
30. Okay, and I have a speed of 50. So that means I can move 25. Okay.
So can we do double movement, or is it difficult terrain, so we can only move 15 if our movement's 30?
I'm pretty sure.
I have it here. So, difficult terrain hampers movement. Each square of difficult terrain counts as 2 squares of movement. Flying, blah, 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 blah.
I'm pretty certain
you can't run or charge across difficult terrain.
But you can still use double movement.
Yeah, so double movement isn't a run, I don't think. Double movement is just using your full turn to move twice. It's after that it becomes a run where you move 4 times, but you can't do that.
Gotcha. So I'll move to there. Do you want me to do another hide?
What was your hide check last time? It was 34. I'm just saying it's continuous movement, because 34 is an epic roll.
I will do a tumble, because that isn't continuous movement.
Yeah, it's going to be a sort of stop target. It was only because he was up in the 30s, but so give us another one.
So exactly the same.
22. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, so you can move forward if you're going for the rocks there or the kind of icy.
I was going to go for the ice overhang. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. So you pull forwards and you hide behind the sort of icy bit, ready to climb up. Dorvan,
come!
Come on, Dorvan!
Come on!
To me!
Come on, to me!
It's to me! Incline.
You got this. Is this a hide check, though?
It actually works out better. 5, 10, 15. if I double movement and attempt to take cover behind Johan, so I'm just going to go prone behind Johan.
Do you have any kind of being a dwarf? I'm not sure of this. Do you have like sure footing or anything?
Against being tripped, and I get +4 stability against bull rush
Stability.
and trips
Right,
and that sort of thing.
okay, fair enough. I just wanted to like with your stone cunning or anything like that. It's not a thing, no. Okay, fair enough. That's cool. No problems. Just like check. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. So you're gonna move up where Johan is or Night Knight is?
Yeah, behind Johan, and then I'll just drop
Johan.
prone. So 5,
Lovely
10,
stuff.
15, 20. Oh, I will attempt to hide as I do it. Oh dear. That's
Ooh,
an
make
8.
it good. Oh, okay. What is your armor class, please?
22.
Clank, clank.
Yeah.
Shield is up.
Okay, an arrow soars through the sky and just thunk straight into your shoulder and almost knocks you from your feet because the speed it's going when it comes from that distance is just immense. And you take 9 points of piercing damage. As this beautifully crafted arrow. It's a beautifully crafted arrow, but the feathers are like black. Just not like a normal elven kind of deal. But I'm sure you're not paying much attention to that, given that you've just taken it to the shoulder. So,
Yeah, ow.
but you stagger backwards and have taken damage.
That's one action, so...
That is one action. Yes, you can indeed continue.
Oh dear.
And then as I get to hit, I'll then just drop to the floor.
So in your movement, only one shot comes at you. One piercer. So you guys basically are now in a position where a free 5-foot step will put you behind the tower anyway, so you don't need to roll again. You can get up behind this tower to the side. Night Knight, you are further forwards. Where you are, do a spot check for me.
And I'm within distance.
The other guys are behind the tower, so they're not going to be able to see this specifically.
30.
30, amazing. So with 30, you can see that the archers that were firing at you from a distance, you can see that a couple of them they've been sort of bows down, moving forwards, and have now stepped into sort of range of where you can see as guys sort of on the cliffside over this way. And also you can see that there is a small-ish battalion of armoured elves around maybe 3 or 4 rounds away. It's hard to judge, but they are coming over the kind of ridge.
Okay.
We can't see it.
You are behind. You guys are sort of behind the ridge, behind the tower. So
I'm going to
Night
call
Knight's in
to
a slightly better position.
Dorvan and Johan and sort of let them know. The 2 archers moving up. You speak to man. I will ambush.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the guys up the tower, you can see the tower is ahead of you. You guys can easily do a 5-foot step to be behind it, so you have no issues with being fired on from where you are.
Yep, Johan will do so and look up the tower and go, you there, man on the tower, whose aim is so true. We have been told by Burnley to speak with you about what lies on the horizon.
So you see, again, a tired-looking face poke over the top and look down on you. Tired, but not old, not like the dwarves. It's actually quite a young-looking face. This is a guy in his maybe early 20s. Like I say, a sort of loose, tied-up bun, scraggly beard. He's wearing like leather armor. And he has a really beautiful longbow, composite longbow, which he strews over his shoulder, flips around, and grabs hold of the ladder, and does that thing where he just slides down the ladder, and turns around to you guys, and stands directly in front of both of you. He says, "Are you reinforcements? What do you need of me?"
We were bidden seek your word on the layout of the battle and what you can spy. We've been told that you've been a great help here.
I see. So obviously you're some sort of secret weapon come to save the day, yeah?
That is exactly what I am.
Excellent. I knew it'd happen. I knew it'd happen eventually. God, I love adventurers. Says, "Forgive me," and he offers you a hand. Says, "My name is Fendrex."
Fendrex. A pleasure. I am Johan of the Order of the Ethereal Dream. My friend
you all
Night
right,
Knight
Tom?
is at a rave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a poltergeist in your house?
I'm just being gently haunted. It's fine.
Yeah, creepy.
Can Night move? Sorry, just while this is going on, can I move?
Absolutely.
Forward
Yeah.
Rocky out.
You certainly can.
Here?
Yeah, for sure.
Hide
So give
again.
me another hide check this time. Oh my god, I'm changing dice. That's a natural one. I'm pissed with these dice.
36.
Bloody hell,
Well,
against the
and that's a
36,
nat
it doesn't
20.
matter.
Yeah, mate, you are invisible. Just invisible. Thing is, they're not that far away from you now, although because they've come a bit closer, moved down the hillside a little bit, the barrier here, the spiked barrier, is kind of in their way slightly. So they are still above it and can see the battlefield over this sort of region, but straight ahead where you are, not an easy shot at all. So really only this one to be able to, and he just didn't see you. So you move into position. Over this way, you can see a fallen beastie. Looks like a dragon of the mountains, which has clearly been here for some time, frozen in the wasteland, has been slain, peppered with arrows. Do you think that, like, the dwarves at their mightiest have taken this down before things went particularly badly for them? But it still looks sort of together. Frozen, but preserved.
Cool.
Fendrex says, "So, Johan, and you, my dwarven friend." And he says, in perfect dwarven, "What is your name and what is your clan?"
I am Dorvan, the Dwarven Dragon Shaman. I have no clan anymore. I am a child of bronze. The Bronze Child. Seeker of bronze and in bronze enlightenment. Let the great bronze dragons guide us, and guide you, my friend, as I pull out my mace with its dragon head on it.
He's
Okay,
here
actually-
because we pay him in bronze.
You kind of get the impression that Fendrex is kind of impressed by that. He kind of likes the story of it, and he's kind of like, yeah. And again, in perfect dwarven, he says to you, "Don't see many dragon shamans of your kind around here. Quite refreshing. So what exactly is it you need me for? You looking for something? You want a layout of the battle? I can give you a rundown of what's happening. We haven't got very long."
We were just told to speak
Strong.
to you.
Okay. So on the hill we have 4 archers. 2 on the right, 2 on the left. We have a battalion. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 armored elves, elite armored elves, making their way in. They have hewn their way. Forgive the use of. It's a little bit on the nose. They have cut their way through the outer defenses to reach our final barriers. They are led by their captain, Captain Anathema. He is a mighty combatant, and he leads them full charge. He is a man of honor.
Then we shall
An elf of
meet
honor.
him in the field.
Indeed. I mean, why are you here to help us, though? What is it you're...
Ask him why he's here. Ask him why he's here.
Sorry, our
Why
friend.
the human here?
Our friend, bravest among
An arrow just whizzes sort of from the rocks nearby.
You could argue our friend is the bravest among us. He is of goblin ilk. I only learned of the existence of these creatures recently, but as I understand it, the dwarves do not look kindly upon their kind. That makes him brave indeed to wander in their homeland. But he brings up
I
a
would
good
suggest
question.
that the dwarves have become a little more accepting of all barring elves in recent years. Any enemy of my enemy and all of that.
You speak the tongue of the dwarves and you defend their lands. What brings you here?
I've lived here since I was a child. I am favoured by the dwarves, we'll say.
Well,
Not entirely sure how I got here, but as far as I can remember, I've lived amongst the dwarves and have been very, very well looked after. And so to repay that kindness, I fight on their behalf. They trained me, they looked after me.
well, it is a debt.
I do not remember what came before.
That is curious. A debt I'm sure you will repay in blood. For there are many elves that need slaying this day.
Yes. Yes, there are. I have slain many already, but I fear that I must slay many more before this fight will be over, and I cannot say which way this will go, but we will fight till the end. The captain wields some power, some magic that is beyond that I have already seen. If you are to take him on, you must be at your absolute best.
For me, there is no other way.
Okay. I suggest you position yourselves. I may offer you some assistance, but some are skeptical. But I assure you, it is worth your time. I need a small amount of each of your blood.
Did he say why he's here?
He says he wants our blood!
What?
He says he wants our
Forgive
blood!
me. It is not some blood ritual. These arrows, these are warp arrows. I have but a few left, but if I match them with your blood, I can assist you in navigating the battlefield.
Johan doesn't wait any longer. He just holds out a hand. Draw what you will.
So Fendrex kind of takes two arrows and just sort of slides them across your hand so that a tiny amount of blood is on the tips of these arrows. And he says, in the heat of battle, if you indicate to me where you wish to go, I shall place you there. And you, my dwarven kin.
Cool.
As it has been pointed out to me, I am slow. I would value such a thing.
In which case, I can offer you the greatest of assistance. He does the same thing to you, and yeah, basically, he's just indicate where it is on the battlefield. You have two opportunities at this, so you tell him where you want to go, and he can sort of essentially teleport you there. Your friend has already surpassed, but
Did you do it? He shouts.
but if he wishes such a thing and can reach me at any point, I may offer him the same thing. I will be covering you from up here.
Night cuts himself, puts a bit on an arrow, and fires the arrow. Fires an arrow at the.
That's actually a really good Yeah, if you can get it to just lodge in the wood nearby, he actually will be able to do it with that. So roll an attack.
It's not within. Is it within 30 feet?
5, 10,
is...
15, 20,
Ooh,
25.
just about.
It
Oh,
is
that's
within
not-
30 feet. No, I mean, that is actually 30 feet, because you want to hit that square, basically, on the corner, which is the post that you want to get it in. So it is within 30 feet, absolutely.
Okay, +1. That's a critical
Oh, crap. Roll again, roll again. I want to see if you confirm the crit, because it is an attack. It doesn't confirm the crit, so it just sort of whizzes in between Fendrex and Johan, who are like, the fuck?
miss. My blood's on the
Arrow.
down. Did it hit?
And sort of lands in the area sort of up here behind them. I'm going to give Fendrex a bit of a chance to... Okay, so he'll go this way and attempt to do it. You're not sure if he's done it or not. But yeah. So you guys now can see the battalion that is approaching the battlefield. I'm going to bring them onto the battlefield. They are not exactly where they appear currently. So you see them approaching.
Johan is going to give Fendrex one last look and say, they say the elves are immortal, that they live and will live until the earth is long faded. We shall put this to the test this day. He will. He's gonna begin moving to get into position to fight these elves.
Amazing. So you can see that there are a bunch of dwarves in the front trench. There are a couple of dwarves in the one behind. There are walkways going over the trenches, and the black. So you see the holes, the black holes on the map there. You can see where they plot to. Essentially, they lead underground to
nice.
the next area.
That's cool.
So if you go through this one, it will lead you to any one of these, and you'll just have to do like a snap from one to the next to how long it takes you to get through the tunnel. And each one is linked, so you don't ever have to come out of the trenches if you don't want to. It's the point in trenches. You can see that there are pikemen in the front two trenches. You see that everybody is fully prepared, and that battle is imminent. And these elves are rushing the battlefield, and they're stepping forward, and they're running towards you. And as you start to move away from the tower, Fendrex starts climbing up the ladder, turns back to you, and says, "Anathema, it's the sword. Get the sword and destroy it."
Get me into that front trench. Dorvan will
Excellent.
shout to him.
So you begin moving, and as you do so, I'd like you to give me a spot check, all three of you, please.
Do we still get that +2, Dorvoon?
If you're within 30 feet of me and
Well,
can
I
see
am
me,
at the moment, so I will take that as a yes.
yes.
Oh, I don't think I am actually, because you're further back than what I just tried to
So
shoot.
that means it's +8. For those watching as well, forgive me, you're going to have to tolerate seeing my dice roller. But I'll be hiding it as soon as I've made my rolls. That is 15 on Johann's spot check.
28 on 99.
Rob, you
Six.
should, if you do what I do, you can resize it like a window, so you don't have to close it. So obviously you don't normally go as a player, so you wouldn't know to do this. But like, if you place your cursor in the bottom right hand corner of it, you should be able to resize your dice roller box and make it super small. So just bring it right up to where the thingy is, and then drag it and place it over the top of your thing.
Okay, I will experiment with this.
It's just like resizing an image or a window.
It doesn't. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to have to do a quick refresh because all the windows are now open and not a single one will close for me and I can't see anything. So I'm just doing a quick refresh.
Okay, mate, that's no problem. I will tell you what you... well, you haven't done your spot checks yet, but... did you do your spot checks?
I've done mine. I've got
You did?
15 on mine. I believe Night Knight did his too.
Yeah, I got 28.
Yeah, so Night, you can immediately see that as these elves have begun sort of charging, they've been trudging forwards, and then they've sort of began charging, and it's like they've become lighter of foot as they've done so, running towards the battlefield in that kind of, like anime, when someone's running into battle and they seem like they're gliding across the floor, kind of like that, as they're moving towards and spreading out. And as this happens, you also see one blue and two bright red flames burst from the floor behind you on the battlefield as chaos demons emerge. But it seems as if, even though it's quite a violent explosion appearing on the battlefield, none of the dwarves are able to actually see them, as they are not reacting at all.
Well,
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're charged with destroying those, aren't we? From Yam.
So
and
you were
Fritz
told
us
that,
we had to destroy them.
So to sort of simplify, in order to charge the portal to the next possible area where you're going to find the deck of many things, to charge it, you need to find the artifact. There is an artifact somewhere nearby. You have been sent to it, essentially. Here,
Gotcha.
right?
Gotcha.
So you need to find the artifact.
Okay.
The demons, the chaos demons, they will essentially block you from summoning that portal. They're there to stop you. So you have to destroy them. Get rid of them.
Very good.
Simple as that.
As Johan...
and as this is happening, I will give you one round before we roll initiative.
It will take him a full round to get where he wants to with the restrictions on moving across terrain. That means his double movement will be his normal movement, which gets him to behind that wooden palisade thing there.
That would be this one here?
I've just moved him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Excellent.
so that's what he'll do. Johan will say, "The sword, at any cost," he will say to Dorvun and Night as he passes.
No matter the cost.
No matter the cost.
Please do me a tumble check as you make that movement.
Yes, he will very much do his best to make it. 32.
Absolutely beautiful. These guys they see you, and because they're close enough now to see you, and they sort of track your movement with the bow, but they don't have you still for long enough to get a shot off at all. And you place yourself firmly behind the barrier there. Dorvan.
I did tell Fendrix to get me into the trench, the round one where there isn't a pike.
Mm-hmm.
Pike dwarf. So I'm literally just stood behind, pointing at it with my mace.
Yeah.
And
So
just
you tell
waiting.
him that you want to go over there.
And that's all I'm doing.
And he will be allowed, he'll be entitled actually to a go before, as I've given you a round, so he'll fire his shot in the round. And yeah, so he fires a shot. He knocks that arrow, takes a second, and with an almost elf-like grace himself fires a shot, which lands directly in the center of that circular thing, and you are warped with a perfect teleport exactly where that arrow lands.
Nice.
As he appears, he's still just pointing with the mace where he wants to go.
Yeah, you do. You appear exactly like that, and you're kind
He'll
of like you
react.
haven't moved, and it's really bizarre.
I shall react on my turn.
It's such an instant teleport. It's not like the spell. It just feels like, whoa, you're just there. And yeah, but where you are now, it feels even more intimidating because you see these powerful elves running towards you. And actually what you see, because you know elves, you've seen elves before, but what you see in these elves is these feral-looking creatures. They look mighty and powerful. Their armor still looks shined and powerful, but their eyes are almost blood red, and their teeth appear to have been almost like sharpened to a point. And they have a kind of savage look in their eye, as their hair that would normally be sort of bound and tied up for combat seems to be flowing and loose behind them, running towards you. These guys just look crazed. Something has definitely affected them, and it appears they've been this way for a long time as they run towards you at great speed. Night, what is your round before
Night's
before
gonna
initiative?
use double movement to get to.
Don't know where you are. Every time Night's so good at hiding,
so well
I
hidden.
lose him in every combat.
Yeah, I move from behind the rocks to. He's going to dive into the.
You nip across and die. That's fine. You can easily do that.
Because he spotted the demons, so he's going to perfect. What am I trying to say? Protect our rear.
Excellent stuff. Okay, in that case,
About the rear.
please roll initiative.
And I'm afraid you're out of range of the bonus from
Yeah.
me.
Okay. Johann's initiative modifier.
Nat 20.
Wow. Get in.
Be better if that was on an attack,
16.
really. But
Wouldn't it, though?
Oh, 14.
Okay, so we've got Night smashing life.
Oh dear.
Johann,
Johann.
you will go last.
I mean, in a number of ways, I'm not too unhappy about that, actually, given that our line is about to be struck. It would be good for them to waste their turns moving towards us, so...
Yeah. And
Let
he's so
them.
swift of foot.
Let them come.
Let them come.
Shoo. Shoo.
Okay, so
Pew pew.
these guys are legging it towards you, and they have spread out somewhat as they've done this on the battlefield, and they are definitely on the battlefield now, as they are there. Move them around a little bit, but Night goes first.
So he's going to take a further step to get within 30-foot range of this red demon. And then he's going to use a point-blank rapid shot to fire off 2 arrows at the creature that has not moved. So he's flat-footed, which means...
This guy right here.
Yeah.
No probs. Okay.
Hopefully a double sneak attack.
Go on, Night.
21 to hit.
21 is a hit.
And with the second, a mere 8. So just 1 hit. So we've got d4 minus 1. Might as well just do plus 6 rather than minus 1. Plus 4d6. So assuming they could be sneak attacked.
Yes, they can. They are living.
23 points of damage. As
23.
Fires 2 arrows and then ducks back down.
Whoa.
Absolutely beautiful. Excellent work. So yeah, it definitely does it a ton of damage as your bolt deeply embeds into the flesh of this thing. As it does so, the bolt is kind of almost immediately dissolved, burned up in fire, because these things are exuding a sort of gentle burn with everything they do. But it does it a ton of damage. But it doesn't quite take it out. It's still alive. But that was a beautiful shot. So next.
And that is it.
Oh yeah, you only took a shot. Do you want to move?
No, I moved. I did a rapid shot, which is a full action.
Oh, okay. Yes, of course. Yes, nice. Okay, so we're gonna have these guys are moving. So moving out and around.
Oh, the speedy boys.
So these guys, one is going to jump down into there, and the rest are going to start. This one has to vault over the sort of low wooden barrier that is at the front of that. The rest of them are going to move forward, and essentially what happens is they run around you and initiate combat with the dwarves in the trench behind you, Dorvan. You guys can see that swords begin to clash with axes. Each of them them is wielding a longsword. It seems incredibly finely honed, and they begin a savage attack upon the dwarves. Battle commences between them. Captain Anathramar doesn't move particularly far forward. He could move a lot faster than he does, but he steps forward watching this happen, and he looks down upon you, Dorvan, but then just sort of continues to look ahead with a red-eyed focus. But the one elf that has dropped down before you gets one attack upon you as it lands. So, what is your armor class, please?
I haven't acted, so I'm 18.
18. Okay. Nice. How do you block? As this thing vaults over the kind of thing, lands in front of you, attempts to bring its sword sort of two-handed down upon you, but doesn't succeed.
Dorvan is still in his pose of pointing where he wants to go. He hasn't even clicked that he's there yet. And a sword just literally bounces off his armor, just like, cocoon. He's like, what the?
Excellent stuff. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, so the elves have commenced their onslaught. The dwarves begin to fight back. Johan, it is your turn.
Oh my goodness. The guy that's there, he appears to be. Is he?
I thought I beat Johan on the initiative.
Oh yeah, I think you did. Yeah. Yeah, you got 16, didn't
Dorvan.
you?
And then Johan. Sorry, you're absolutely right. With the elves, then Dorvan, then Johan. I've got them confused. I do apologise, guys. It is indeed Dorvan. You do immediately get to respond to that attack. Sorry, Johan.
Kill me again. This is all this is. So it begins.
He's trying to kill you.
He is, absolutely.
That's all right. Dorvan snapping out of it, taking a whack to the armor. Can I see Anathema?
Yeah, you can see Anathema, absolutely. The sides of this particular trench aren't particularly high. You think 4 feet at its highest, but it sort of is ridged up and down. So you can easily see him.
Dorvan will just mutter, "Dragon's metal, resist thy blows," as he changes his aura as a swift action to the aura of toughness. So I get damage reduction 2.
Beautiful. Okay, excellent stuff.
But that's all right. Then, seeing Anathema, Dorvan will hold his shield up in front of him to sort of block the elf, and I believe this will provoke an attack of opportunity.
So what is it you're doing? Sorry?
Dorvan's, you can see electricity falling.
Oh, he's going to try and... Yeah, I mean, I think a breath weapon enacts as a spell. I think it will provoke an attack of opportunity from the guy in front of you. So yeah, he will immediately, of course, take that and
22.
attempt to get a good slash across your middle. 22. That's another miss. Yeah. So as you're doing this, you block what he's got coming at you, just with sheer force, I guess. The breath weapon is epic.
Shield, and then just for a moment, Dorvan's like, "Oh no!" I don't feel too good. And then it's like, "Oh!" As he then spews out. Now, this is not an ordinary breath weapon. This is a maximized clinging breath weapon.
Epic. Love it.
I need him to do a reflex save of 18, please.
A reflex save of 18. Not a problem. I will give him that. I rolled that on the dice, I'm afraid.
Right. He takes half damage, so he'll take 9 points of damage, and then he'll take, next round, another 4 points of electricity damage.
Does he take half damage if he has evasion?
I guess he doesn't.
I don't think he does if it's a reflex, so he won't take any damage, I'm afraid. He does have evasion.
4 more rounds before I can do that again.
Damn.
That's alright.
Is there anything else on your turn?
No. Try to get a shot.
So, yeah, basically, I think rather than dodge it, he kind of steps to the side, puts the sword up, and just moves the bolt of energy with the sword off to the side, which just doesn't affect him. He kind of steps out the way of it. Yeah, unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for you. But maybe next time. But it is actually Johan this time. Johan!
The path towards Captain Anathema is that still difficult terrain even on the grey stuff?
No, you think you're on the edge of the difficult terrain now, so you are pretty much out of it. You can
Okay,
move
right.
normally.
5,
It's
10,
basically just
15,
moving up
20,
and out,
25,
so because you're in a valley.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50 puts me just shy of him. So I can't rush him and attack him. Unless does charging extend my... No, charging just makes it easier to hit.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
charges up to double your movement.
But you have to be in a straight line.
Yeah.
I'm not in a straight line. I have to hop around the trench and move around another trench, and also would provoke an attack of opportunity off that elf on the battlefield there. So instead, what he's going to do is he's going to... Oh God. He as much as Johan wants to like just get into the thick of the fight, he knows that this is only the first step of a much larger journey. We're going to have to save our resources, and that means try and minimize getting hit a lot. So he's going to time his attack, I think. So instead, he's going to rush to this barricade here. So he goes to that wooden barricade there.
Okay. Again, because of where you are, these guys can't really get a shot on you. It's not really open through the barricade, so you don't have to worry about the archers at the moment.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That puts me roughly in range, but I don't... He might run off on his next turn, but... I think it's pointless engaging in the enemy if I don't need to. So I'm actually going to be quite boring. I'm going to say that that's my turn. Johan rushes to the next point of cover and gets ready to spring his attack on his next turn, hopefully.
Okay, that's fine. Did you move more than your full movement?
I moved less than my full movement, but my...
Okay, which means you can go defensive if you'd like and add to your armor class.
That's a great point. I think I will in that case. So that is +2, is it, or is it?
I think it's +4. If somebody could look that, I think it's +4.
I'll look
because
that's all I'll do. Spend on my turn. So just being defense. Is it called? What's the term? Is it?
Total defense.
Total defense. Yeah. I think.
I will look up total defense on my, and if I do get attacked, I'll be able to let you know.
If it's only partial defense, it's +2.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Super. Excellent. So you've moved into a more favourable position, and it is now these guys. And you can see, so Night, you're kind of the only one that's really looking at them at the moment. And as you look at them, they've sprouted from the ground, and they seem to sort of be made of a sort of fiery ooze as they first appear, just like they did in the museum when you first encountered them. But as they survey the battlefield around them, see its size, see what's going on, they seem to sort of reshape and reform slightly so that they have quite powerful looking legs and are able to move at a good speed, essentially sort of changing themselves slightly to fit the environment. And this one is going to move. Okay. It's going to move to here. Right next to you, Dorvin. And this one can move to here. Let me just double check to make sure that I've not got that wrong.
whilst Matt double checks, I can confirm it is +4 when you go total defense.
Excellent stuff. So you are on +4. So that is exactly how far it can move. It can't move any further, but that is its exact movement. So it reaches both of you. So Night. This one that has reached you. Oh, hang on. There's the one at the back as well. Move to there. Seems to be making a beeline for Johan, but avoiding everything else on the battlefield.
bridge, or is it on in the trench?
And it's not on the trench, no, it is on top of the planked walkway over the top of the bridge. This one is going to reach down and go for you, Night, but you are quite small and you're in a trench and it's reaching down, so I'm going to give you a +2 to your armor class against it, because I think that's probably fair as it's swiping down at you. So it's going to go for you first. What?
19
Just
with the
out of curiosity, what's your alignment?
My alignment is chaotic.
Good. Okay, chaotic. Super. Good. Nice. Possibly a fumble.
Oh no.
It's not a fumble, but it is a miss. Oh my god. This dice. This hates me.
Yeah, man.
It's such a beautiful dice, but why? What have I done? What have I done to you? So this thing swipes at you and you just sort of duck down and it swipes above your head as these razor-sharp, fiery claws just miss you, giving you a tiny bit of a haircut. Actually, I'm not sure he's got hair.
Probably not as a god.
Probably like little scraggy hairs.
Nothing to write home about.
This thing seems to stride down into the hole, almost like it doesn't need to climb, like it extends a leg almost. They're a bit strange and gloopy, and steps up next to you, Dwarven, but is only entitled to 1 hit. But it's really strange because this guy doesn't seem to react to it at all. Like, he cannot perceive it. Only you can. But it goes for you. What is your armor class?
22.
Okay. You have had the worst luck with these guys so far. That is a hit. You take... Oh, Jesus. You take max damage, so that's 9 points of damage. Can you please
Maximilian
roll?
damage?
Yeah. Can you please roll a D100? Yeah!
The critical table lives.
25. Okay, this is a really strange one. Weirdly, you suddenly you feel like you've gained some odd dexterity in your fingers, and you now get to make a change to your character sheet. You gain the ability to play any instrument. You gain a +5 to performance check when using an instrument. You've suddenly become more skilled at music as this thing strikes you, and it's horrible, but like you suddenly hear music in your head.
If only it was a bronze.
Do that. This is really bizarre. Yeah. What an odd one to start us off with. But yeah, so they have both rushed forward and attempted to do you in, but sort of failed. That wasn't so bad. Dwarven could have been a lot worse. And we are back to the top of the round with Night.
So Night is going to have to take a 5-foot step to get range on this thing here. How badly hurt does it look? It
looks pretty mullered. It's hard to tell because it's not really humanoid. It kind of has arms, and now it kind of has legs, but it kind of got a sort of weird pod body in the middle.
Poddy.
Yeah, sort of poddy. So it's hard to tell, but it does appear to be oozing sort of what you think could be blood.
And it looks hot. Fiery.
This one looks hot and fiery. The other one looks fiery, but not hot.
I'm going to fire one... So I'm going to use rapid shot, and it's point blank again because it's within 30 feet. Obviously, it's not a sneak attack. I am going to use a frost arrow on the first shot.
Excellent stuff. Okay, super.
Try and do him in.
Very nice.
25 to hit. So close to
That is a hit.
And then the second one, 12.
I'm afraid that is not a hit.
Well, I'm glad that I didn't waste anything on it. So frost arrows are just plus d6 frost, aren't they?
Yep, extra 1d6 frost.
So it's 8 damage, of which 5 is frost, if that matters in any way.
It definitely seems to make a difference, the frost, but it's hard to tell because the difference is so significant that you end its days. How do you kill it?
So I think Night literally, like, he runs back as fast as he can, but there's nowhere to run to, really. He just slams into a wall and just fires 2 arrows off manically. One fires, like, flies into the air just miles off target. The other one just, like, goes straight up through its mouth, out the back, and then just ice covers the creature.
Yes, amazing. And it does. It freezes and it kind of falls to the floor into clumps. But it only takes a few seconds before those icy clumps melt and just into ooze and disappear. As you've killed it, can you please give me a spot check? Actually, Dorvan, you give me a spot check as well. You're spotting to see if you've spotted that he's killed this one, to see the reaction. And Night, you're spotting to see if you can see what happened to this one. So, spot checks from both, please.
11.
Actually, Johan, you could do a spot check as well. You're kind of surveying the situation from the start. Night doesn't notice anything. You're very much involved. Dorvan, you're also
terrified for his life.
Both fronts at the moment, so you don't see anything.
Pipes.
But of course, Johan.
Johan!
13.
Nothing.
13. Actually, from where you are, I think you probably see that as this one is killed, you can see that this one, seemingly its fire gets a little bit weaker. Almost as if they were strengthening each other on the battlefield.
They are strengthening each other in some way. They are linked.
And that is Night, because you did a movement and then you did... Yep, okay, 2 attacks.
Yep.
Super. You have ended that bad boy right there. Let's give him a cross if I can find the button to do that.
Yeah, crossing it.
Amazing.
The little bitch.
Next. So, next up, we have... If I can actually find the page where I made my notes. Can I find the page? What the hell have I done? Have I ripped it out? No, it's right there. It's on the same page. Apologies, sleep deprivation. So, the elves continue their onslaught, running across the bridge, and that one is going to run over there. There's a few of them making it across the bridge, running forward. The dwarves are basically just defending against these guys, but attacking back as viciously as they can, but sort of like not progressing forwards in any way, just really going at them as hard as they can. Actually, that's a silly thing to do. That one would have moved across here and attempted to fight the pikeman down there, so that's happening. As this is happening, you can see that Fendrex is having a bit of a fight with the 2 snipers, the arrow guys over this side, and they're sort of they're in a bit of a stalemate at the moment. The combat isn't really going either way. But yeah, the battle is continuing to rage on, but Captain Anathema will step forward. And as he does so, he takes the sword and raises it directly up above his head. And as you look at this sword, what you can see is a completely jet black onyx blade. This thing looks gnarly. It is a long sword, and it seems to exude some dark power. And just its very presence affects you on some level, and you get the impression this is definitely an artifact of power. This thing is mighty. And as he raises it up into the air, he says something. What languages do you guys speak?
Oh.
Common and Dwarven.
Common, Goblin, and Orc.
Not very many. I will just double check. Languages. Common and Celestial.
Celestial. Okay. Again, I think because we did this before, so if you speak Celestial, you can pretty much recognize the opposite if you can't speak it. So you can recognize that he is speaking Infernal at this point. And he raises it up into the air. He says something in Infernal, and as he does so, an enormous bolt of lightning bursts up from the sword and then back down from the heavens and hits the trench here. And as it does so, I shall give the dwarves. Let's see what they've got. Okay.
Good night, sweet dwarfs.
Okay. This bolt rips through the rock, and like it explodes everything around, and it knocks these guys back against the rocks behind. There is a moth in my face. Go away. And causes absolute carnage in the trench. These guys are clearly mullered. They take massive amounts of shock damage. They're dwarves. They're hearty folk. It hasn't quite killed them, but it definitely rips through them and does them a chunk of damage. And he just lowers the sword and continues to slowly walk forwards. And that is his turn. That is the elves. There's none of the. Oh no, there is one directly ahead of you, Dorvin. The other ones aren't really anywhere near any of the rest of you. So there's only one attack happening on Dorvin. So your armor class being 22.
Yes.
Okay, finally that one got hit. On you. So it's kind of odd. This guy is recognizing that you appear to be fighting thin air next to you. Dodging thin air next to you, and he is just sort of capitalizing on that opportunity. And you take 8 points of damage, slashing damage from this powerful, sharp-looking long sword, which slices across your arm. I reckon there's a chink in your armor at the top of your arm. And this particular elf just has this kind of satisfied look in his eye that he's finally bled you a little bit, and he gives you a sharp-toothed smile.
The bugger.
The bugger.
Dorvin, it is your turn to retort.
Well, as much as I want to hit Anathema, that I think would be foolish when I've got two combatants in front of me, so best to deal with the chaos thing. Yeah. Dorvin you'll quickly look at his mace and go, "Give me your bronze might," as he shifts his aura to that of power. So that's more damage. And then, as he said, "Your bronze might," you'll just, looking at the chaos thing, he'll lift up his arm, and then almost like a complete just douche, just
Let it fall.
Like a barrier falling
Which
down.
which one are you going for, Dorvin?
the chaos creature.
You're going for the chaos creature super stuff, okay?
So, they susceptible?
Wow.
They are indeed susceptible to critical hits.
Natural
Yeah.
20.
18.
18. It's not a hit, I'm afraid. It is so close, and I so wanted that for you. But it's
That's
not a
right.
hit. But it is a hit, though. It doesn't confirm, though,
Doesn't
unfortunately.
confirm the critical.
I'm gutted for you, man. I really wanted that.
That's all right. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage to that bad boy. Super stuff. Again, what is your alignment? Just Just out of curiosity, I thought I knew before, but
He is, although he's obsessed with dragons, he is only neutral good. Anything
neutral. Okay,
bronze.
it's not so much about the good or evil. Not so bothered about the good or evil. It's the obviously pertaining to chaos and law. So just between those, that's what we need to know. But you are neutral, which means that is cool. No props. So you strike this thing. What does it look like as you do this? I mean, you do it a chunk of damage. So it is a palpable hit.
I mean, as I say, it's just a complete 90-degree swing. No, it was just push. More from the elf's perspective, I've just turned to one side and just done this, which is a bit odd, but...
Yeah. The elf's he's giving you a really sinister smile. It's he's trying to have a moment with you, and you're just fighting something invisible. It's really weirding him out. It's really freaking him out, man. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, beautiful. The Chaos Demon kind of lets out a strange screeching cry that strikes on many different levels as it hits your eardrum, and it's very unpleasant to listen to as it takes a bunch of damage. That is the end of your turn. Johan!
Johan has got his back to this barricade and he's surveying the battlefield. Would he be right in assuming that those watchtowers are the highest elevated point in the battlefield? Those towers.
Yes, so the highest ones are the two furthest out to the side. So the one that Fendrax is up and the empty one over this side. Yeah, they're both absolutely the highest. As the whole thing is a valley that's shaped like this. So further out, higher up.
And how tall is the tower from the ground? Sorry to be.
The towers are, you would say, just shy of about 20 feet tall.
Okay. Johan is going to look over to Fendrex and point on the very edge of the tower that Fendrex is standing on. And he will say, "On my mark!" And then with that, he sprints as hard as he can at Captain Anathema. And now he's in range. He can absolutely reach him. And he's going to try and grapple him.
Amazing. Excellent stuff. Love it.
And I think you probably know what he's trying to do. So
where is it you were indicating to Fendrex?
Well, okay, his plan is to not only grab the guy, but hopefully try and bring him with. So then, so the arrow is stuck in the tower, so when we appear, we'll be 20 feet in the air. That's the idea.
Love it. Okay. Amazing. So this tower over this side is what you're going for?
Well, I meant the one closest, whichever one was highest, but if there's one on the far side of the battlefield that looks like a better shot for him.
You think that this one is slightly higher? He's more than competent enough
I didn't see where you were indicating, to be honest. The one on the far left of the screen.
Yes, so the one on the far left is slightly higher, you think, but there's not much in it. But
yeah, we'll say that one then. Okay, he'll point to that one.
Beautiful.
And then
so what'll happen then is you do the grapple. When it comes round to his turn again, which will be on the same turn as the elves, he will do that, and then we'll continue that movement essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean,
grapple on your turn.
Well, yeah. So he's going to desperately try and grapple him, which first means he needs to land a touch attack on him.
He does indeed.
So just a standard attack to try and get the touch on him.
Mm-hmm.
$17 on his touch.
That is a touch.
Wow. So I succeed the touch, and now I'm going to try and razzle him. So a grapple check against him.
So it is indeed opposed grapples.
Opposed grapples, which means... Okay.
So you will need to beat a 17.
He gets a 20. He grabs him.
Which you have done.
And he yells, "Now!"
Excellent. So you have lunged across the battlefield. You have a perfectly good grip on this guy. You've got him around the kind of waist in a rugby tackle. And as you're doing that, Fendrex is eyeing up the shot. and then aiming up to get a nice distance on it as the arrow begins to arc through the sky, and we will resolve that on his turn, but that is a beautiful bit of action. And I think that happens just before... Yeah, actually, no, it doesn't. So the demon might get the chance to come in and attack you, but we'll see what happens because it is their turn. So this one is still alive, and this one is still alive. And this one is going to swipe at you essentially as you're disappearing, because this is all happening at the same time. So this one moves forward, and you begin to vanish, and it's like a blink. This demon swipes in your direction and will attempt to get you on your armor class. What is your armor class?
Am I normal, or have I got any penalty because I'm currently in a grapple of some kind? Does he get? Perhaps he gets a bonus against me or something.
I will give him a +2. I think,
okay,
because you're very focused on tackling the guy in front of you, not just attacking. And I think
so
that's
my normal
fair.
armor class is 21.
Come in at the side of you and just attempt for a good swipe. Your normal armor class is 21. So let's see what he has. Okay. So we only get the one attack as he has moved. That just catches you on your back as you begin to vanish from the air. With this guy, and oh my god, once again, so that dice is really good because it rolls max every time. My d20 sucks. It rolls a 1 every time. So you get 9 points of damage, and please roll a d100.
A d100, god.
Do not roll a 25, because if you do that, we're rolling it again.
81. Your wish is my command.
Okay.
Oh,
and now, do bear in mind, guys, so once again, just a very quick rundown, and also for those who are watching, I have not made any of these up. These are all from various chaotic lists of random effects that are within the rules of D&D, and some of them are directly from the Deck of Many Things, if slightly pared down so that they don't completely end the game on the spot, because some of them actually would. So, 81. Haha! Oh my god. That's really kind of cool. A fireball. You are now aware of this, by the way. You know that these are going to happen. You just have an innate awareness. So a fireball will land exactly where you are stood at the end of your next turn.
Oh.
You are fully aware that this will happen, and when.
Oh boy.
The fireball will do 6d6 damage and requires a reflex DC 16 to avoid.
But I know it's going to happen, and it's at the end of my... Oh my god!
End of your next turn, a fireball is just going to land where you are stood at the end of your next turn. Truly wonderful. Absolutely love it. Just in case as well, guys, I love that that's happened, and it's fantastic. Just so that you're aware, there is an extra thing in the channel rewards that just says add to the chaos. You will not know what that does until you pay channel points to do it, but you may affect the battle somewhat.
Spend those boons to earn.
Spend the boons. Give the guys rewards. You know, give me rewards and add to the chaos. I urge you.
Redium did confirm that he did reward you as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that D4 on my next turn. I promise you.
The other demon that is directly next to Dorvun and hasn't moved now gets 2 attacks as it swipes at you on your standard armor class. 22, yes?
Yep.
Oh dear. Okay, so that's 2 hits, one of which is possibly a critical.
Oh, that's 2 rolls of the dice.
It's not a critical, but it is a hit. So you take... 15 points of slashing damage, and roll the d100 twice.
I'll do it separately. The first time, 65. The second time, 64.
Oh god.
Oh my god, 65. 65. What? 65 is your first one. 65, you become very lucky. You gain 2 rerolls.
So that's that. Okay.
You just feel really lucky, and you have 2 rerolls. They are rerolls of any d20. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Why are you get all the positive ones? And, Rob's kind of got one that could be positive, it could be really negative. 64.
I'm choosing to view it as positive.
Dorvan, actually, do you know what? Remind me of this one. You got a 64. Remind me of that at the end of combat, because you have some strange feeling, like some weird ability that you now have, but it makes no sense to you whatsoever, and you will not be able to make any use of it at the moment. So you think you might be able to give it a try at the end of combat. You have something about you that you can do, you think, if you concentrate, but you don't know what it is. So just remind me you got a 64 at the end of combat, and we will cover that. Absolutely superb. That is the demons, as the other one is deceased. So that is the end of the round. We're back at the top of the round. Night. Yeah.
I guess. Did you manage to grapple? I've forgotten in all the excitement you grappled him.
I grappled him and then vanished with it. Well, then again, that thing managed to attack me, so maybe you get to attack him.
Yeah. It's a thing where you're still kind of there until the arrow hits, but you are mid-transport. You are moving. It is happening.
But can Night shoot him?
I'll just shoot this blue beast.
Yeah. The demon isn't moving. The demon hit you and moved on. It's not grappling you, so...
Because we're going to have to kill them at some point, aren't we? So, I will shoot one... Oh no, I can... I'm not moving, so I can rapid shot. Is it considered flat-footed for me? I guess probably not, because it knows where I am. Could I hide and then shoot?
Difficult to say, really, with the heat of battle. But these things aren't concerned with the heat of battle, actually, because they know that you're the only ones that can perceive them. So yeah, give me a hide check before you take your shot, and then...
I'll use my movement to hide.
It's not immediately aware of you, but it knows you're there, sort of roughly, so...
29.
Okay. Oh, yeah, absolutely is flat-footed.
Great. So I'll fire a fire arrow at that one, because it seems frosty.
Yes.
26 to hit.
26 is definitely a hit, absolutely.
Great. So it receives 26 points of damage, and 4 of that is fire.
26 points of damage and 4 of that is fire. Okay. Night is the great annihilator, as he fires an arrow at the one that's just smashed Johan and offs it immediately. What does it look like as you kill this thing?
I think Night literally, he scrambles as low to the ground as he can. Like, his bow is like millimeters from the ground, and he just fires the arrow. It just flies straight along the floor through like gaps in the rocks, and it just catches him in like the ankle, and the demon like looks down and then
absolutely just consumes it.
Yeah.
Epic, truly epic, as the combat is going on around and swords and axes are clashing and you do this amazing move. Stunning, absolutely stunning. This thing is eradicated. And Johan, this thing struck you, but immediately, this has all happened so quickly, it struck you in your mid-grapple, and then it's just immediately burst into flames, which sort of appear as you vanish, because that is the end of that turn. And Fendrix has fired his arrow. We'll just double check to make sure, which is not a problem. So he basically... so you want to be on the side of the tower? You've asked him to hit.
Yeah, so we're going to appear and then immediately fall.
You fall. Yeah, so you do. You land. This arrow has gone thunk into the post on the side of the tower, and you just have nothing beneath you. And like I say, where it's kind of a 20-ish foot tall tower, it's actually a tiny bit taller than that, because you're on the sort of lower side of a drop, and when you hit the floor, it'd be very hard to stop yourselves rolling.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, because I'm falling and I don't have to do anything. I'm just next to a wall. So I can slow fall down the wall. So he drops and slams into the ground. I glide down it.
Can. Yes, you can. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So he will take damage. which I mean, you led to. In all fairness, you should roll the damage.
Well,
this was definitely your move. So it's a d6, I think, per 10
per
feet
10,
or 5.
but you ignore the first 10. But if it's a surprise, maybe not. It's up to you.
It is a surprise, and he's also been teleported over there. He's knocked off his feet, so we won't ignore the first 10 at all. So we'll say slightly more. So
2d6.
we'll call it 2d6, and we'll call it +2 because it is slightly more.
Oh,
so 2d6 plus 2.
Nice. Let's give it a roll. Come on, bring me fortune. 9 points of damage altogether.
9 points of damage. Yeah, this guy falls just beneath, and as he falls, he strikes the ground really hard. It looks painful, and where you think before he looked tough, right? He looked tough. You kind of get the impression that that was all coming from the weapon. That actually he's not that much tougher than anyone else on the battlefield. It's just this weapon has great power. And as you kind of slide down the side of the tower next to him, he begins to roll down the hill and just sort of bump, painfully. But he is going to, I'm going to allow him, so we'll get into that then. We're going to allow him a reflex save to see if he can stop himself from doing that. And if not, he will take a further d6 damage. Okay, he actually succeeds. So he will stop just around there, partway down, as he's rolled and then is now face down and just comes to a sort of sliding stop in the snow and just sort of looks back up at you as he has he's taken some damage. That was very uncomfortable.
Let's
see if he's got a weapon. He fell. It's a whole thing. Let's give him I'll give him a further reflex save just to see. He's probably going to be all right, but we'll see if he can hold on.
That's
to the
very
sword.
generous.
Okay,
That,
he has.
You
He has held on to the sword.
Okay, that's fine.
No. I mean, it just makes
You don't
perfect
have to do
sense.
that.
That's his thing. It's in his hand. Makes sense to me. But he does hold on to it anyway. So
Okay.
you have managed to teleport him across there. So what we're going to do now is I will roll. We're at that point in the battle. So. The mighty dwarves and the elves
Dwarves and the Undercroft
are in heated battle with one another. As the battle changes, and elves and dwarves are dropping like nobody's business. It is all going to pot. The elves are definitely winning. More dwarves are going down. The dwarves look tired. The elves do not. But the dwarves are rallying and they are taking out some of them as things go by. And you think that your actions in taking this guy out of the picture certainly is going to be a bit of a boon to the dwarves.
roll them.
Beautiful
boons.
stuff. That is the end of their turn. Fendrex. See, actually, Fendrex takes an arrow to the shoulder as he has taken time, obviously, to fire the shot for you, wasn't concentrating, and took a shot from one of the snipers that he was involved in battle with. But he's okay, but he takes a little bit of damage. That is the end of that.
Dare I utter the one in front of me?
Oh! Every time. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
And there is a good reason that I keep missing his turn, and I will tell you about it in a minute. But yes, he is still there. So he is going to attempt... he's going to attempt a full round attack at you. So your armor class is 22?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first one is a hit. The second one is a miss. So just one hit as the longsword comes swiping at you again, and it is utterly relentless. And this guy is... there's kind of a laugh coming through his pointed teeth as you take 6 points of damage from his longsword.
What
Are you still
happened to
alive?
What happened to the fireball, Matthew?
End of the round.
It's the end of my turn. It's not my
It is
turn.
the end. Hold on. Let me just reread the actual...
You said it was the end of my turn. That wasn't us arriving. Wasn't my turn.
Oh, your turn
apparently.
has... Oh, no, it wasn't, was it? Sorry.
That's right. It's
Fireball will land where you stood at the end of your next turn, so it will be the end of your next turn. Yes,
where I
indeed.
stand at the next. Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
You can't get away
Where
from
you
it.
are stood.
I can't get
No,
away
it
from it.
will land on you
Yeah.
at the end of your next turn. But if you, I mean, you're aware of it, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, was not your turn, indeed.
Sorry.
But that guy does do some damage, Dorvan. But you can immediately retort.
Oh, I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity.
From
Both.
both. Okay. Right. They'll both
Can I
take
just
it.
confirm?
Mhm.
No, because regardless, if is Potion Act taking a move action or a swift, as we say in TPKs?
I believe it's a move action. We decided before that we were going to make it a move action. It does provoke attacks of opportunity.
It means either way, shape or form, I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity. Moving
Okay.
away, drinking a potion, whatever it is. So let's do it.
Okay. We'll go with the elf first. I rolled a 2. He misses completely as you go to swig your potion, but just dodge that. And then the demon will also attempt. Hang on a second. Did you kill the other one? You did, yeah, of course. So once again, you notice that this guy's flames are now significantly diminished, and having less of them on the battlefield is a good thing. He seems weaker significantly. Saying that, he does land a hit, though.
Don't worry, I remember 64 for the end of the
But he
turn.
only does 3 points of damage.
3.
Again, significantly weaker, but please roll a d100. That doesn't change. As chaos bursts around you. You're in the
Sticking to the
60s, aren't you?
60s.
Yeah.
60.
Oh dear.
Great.
You
if
have
you're
become
Fernando.
you have become naturally abhorrent to animals. Animals hate you in the same way they hate undead creatures.
You are naturally abhorrent.
Oh, you're just naturally abhorrent.
You are naturally abhorrent to animals in the same way that undead creatures are. Animals just can't stand you anymore.
Oh, that's okay. I will. As I move action. God.
That's a random thing to happen. I love it.
It really is. Chaos, man. It's all about chaos. But yeah, that is their attacks of opportunity. What you want to do?
Well, that's my potion taken.
Yep, so you quaff potion.
And as a standard action, I am then going to attempt to chin the bugger, the chaos thing.
Okay. Chin him.
Except I am going to make use of Radium's Boon to make sure that this does hit.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Radium.
Thank you, Radium.
16.
Oh, is a hit.
It's weaker, that's something.
It is. Yeah. He is weaker, significantly.
10.
10 points of damage. I'll just do a 1. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, you do him a chunk of damage. Still going though. But you clobber him, and he has taken a chunk of damage. That is the end of your turn, isn't it? You can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Johan, it is your turn.
Johan.
As your turn starts, we'll say you land softly, padded on the floor, because you were kind of sliding between rounds, that seems fair. You land upon the floor. This guy has slid down ahead of you and sort of face down in the snow and just looks up at you with these red eyes and just snarls at you through these pointed teeth.
He lands like that, like one hand on the ground, one up like that.
Landing.
Yeah, and he's just staring at him, and he will say, "It is over, Anathema. A fire is coming. Your flesh is a cage. Embrace the ethereal dream." And he will take a 5-foot step as he lunges at him to perform a stunning fist, because we know if he is
Excellent
stunned,
stuff.
if he is stunned, he will drop whatever he's holding. So that's Johan's plan. So he leaps down the embankment towards him, and he will make his attack with the stun. Let's see. So I will one day be confident with typing it into the thing. But it always goes wrong when I do it, so I'm just going to put it in here.
He is also prone currently, so
He is
we'll
prone.
point out that he is on a -4 to his armor class. So just roll your attack.
So he's doing like an MMA, like hammer fist on the ground kind of deal. Like,
his face.
Yeah, man, because you're raised, you're on a ledge, so you're above him as well. So you're kind of jumping.
he leaps down out of the air, 29 onto his prone form.
29 is a palpable hit.
Okay,
Absolute
so
palpable hit.
that's
Yeah.
the hit.
Okay.
The
Well,
damage.
give me the damage, and then we'll.
Yeah, so
we'll see
his
if he's
damage is silly now. His damage is 2d8.
Oh yeah, you've taken the boosts, haven't you, for
Yes.
defeats? Okay, well,
Plus 2. So the damage, first of all, is a max and 1, so 11 points of bludgeoning damage. And then he needs to make a fortitude saving throw of 17 or be stunned.
So he takes 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage, and because it's a stunning fist,
that's
he
easy.
must make a fortitude 17 or be stunned. And drop the sword.
Oh, fortitude, not an elf's strong. So, oh my
That's
god!
what I was
yeah,
thinking.
he is stunned absolutely.
Oh
so
my
he
God.
just in stunned. Essentially, he just because he's not aware of what's happening. You just stun him. He just loosens his grip on the weapon and sort of tries to lift himself a little bit and get himself out of it and shake his head. And he's just not looking at the sword at all.
So that's the last second, like the fist lands on him, like he's above the elf, smacking him. The sword falls on the ground, and then you just see
And,
off in the distance. Boom.
Yeah, that's it. I think it comes along with the punch. So you've landed, you've done the punch, and as that happens, the fireball is already heading towards you from
Oh my
above.
god.
And with the punch, you're reinforced by this fireball that lands with the punch on the back of this dude. But you are allowed a reflex
Of
save.
which I
believe
will
said
declare
what it
I'm
was.
using Redium's D4 to add to my reflex total. So let's
DC
type.
16. DC 16.
Now,
now, being stunned, does that do anything to reflex saves at all?
I think you're -2 to reflex.
You can still
Yeah,
act.
you can still act. Yeah,
You're not
you can still
paralyzed.
act.
Right, so he's not at any minuses for reflex saves.
No, I think stunned is still -2 saves.
Um,
I think he can still take the save though.
Yeah, you can still make it, but he's -2.
I've just typed in stubbed, which is an entirely different effect.
He stubbed his toe.
He's stubbed.
that's the worst effect of all. Yes. So
can't-
reflex.
Stunned creature drops everything held, can't take action, takes a -2 penalty to armor class, and loses his dexterity bonus to armor class. Doesn't say anything about reflex saves, but if he's losing his dexterity bonus, I would say the -2 stands. So I'm just going to make a ruling and say -2 because I think it's fair.
Johan.
Oh, Johan!
So
Do you
that's a
have
natural
evasion?
20 plus 1 from Redium. Thank you, Redium. And I also have evasion. So he makes the strike and then hurls himself forward as the detonation erupts around the elf.
Cool guys don't look
Do
at
it.
explosions.
He doesn't look.
Doesn't look.
Okay, he is also still prone, so he takes a -4 plus the -2, so he doesn't make it at all. So can you roll 66 for me, please, Rob? I
Oh,
think you should get the
gladly.
honours here
Gladly.
of doing this move.
To be honest, I'm a bit hesitant because my damage rolls are all over the shot. They were before and they have been, well, we'll see.
You got this, man. You got this.
Right,
I believe. I believe in you.
66 fire damage as the fireball erupts. That is 20 points of fire damage.
That is an erratic roll. Look at that.
Ones and sixes.
Essentially, what we've got here is the end of Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, definitely.
He is still alive, but he is on fire.
But he's very badly
And he's on
burned.
the Sith side. He's very badly burned, and he's just looking up at you, and he is just like, "I hate you." He's just burned up. but he's just clinging on, but he's still stunned because that's the end of the round. He's even more stunned now that you've basically just burned the hell out of him as this random fireball has just burned through the heavens towards him. The chaos. The chaos is wonderful. And that's the end of your turn, and it was beautiful. Well done. Absolutely epic. Johan, that was your turn. There is but one demon left upon the field. And that one demon is the one right next to Dorvun. Dorvun. It is going to take 2 swipes at you. Lucky for you at this point, because it's been going so badly, no one has added to this bit of chaos. That's a 2, so that is a miss. That's a 19, so that is a hit. But it doesn't crit on 19, so that is just 1 hit. Again, significantly weakened. You take 2 points of damage. Can you please roll a D100?
And make it in the 60s.
Come on, yeah, 60s again. Let's have it.
Oh no! 94!
Oh, no. I'm glad I'm far away from you.
Actually, you're going to be pleased, I think. You have the ability to undo the effect of a previous draw, if you so choose.
Oh.
You can undo the effect of a previous draw.
Unlearn that instrument.
Does it have to be now?
Yeah. It has to be a previous draw, so yeah, but it doesn't have to be for you. It can be a previous thing for anybody, but I don't think anybody has actually had to roll.
No, but I mean, do you have to declare it now, or can you save that for later? That's what I meant.
I think you have to declare it now, because it has to be a previous draw. It can't be a one that's coming up.
All right.
I'll be honest, I would quite like to see an animal come to me again.
You are no longer abhorrent to animals. That's a shame, because that could have been a lot of fun.
That would have been fun.
That could have been funny. That also, any of the numbers around that number could have been disastrous for you, but you got very lucky there. Yeah, that is the end of the round, Dorvern, as you are no longer abhorrent to animals. You smell a little better. Night, it is your turn.
Does it cost anything to climb back out of the trench?
It
Rain, I guess.
will take half your movement, but I won't ask for a climb check. It's just because it's a sort of 4 foot.
It takes half movement. So I can move 15 after that.
You can, yes.
5, 10, 15. That's no good to me. I can't. So we go to there. That's well out of range, I think. Fair. Yeah. I'm just gonna fire an arrow at the demon. I can see.
Excellent stuff.
Nothing.
Beautiful.
But it's just a normal arrow from over 30 foot, so it's 23 to hit.
Whoa.
That is a hit.
And then it's not a sneak attack because I'm too far away. And it's -1 to strength, so it's 2 points of damage.
Oh my god. This guy is clinging on so hard, and I don't know how, because he's taken a lot of hits, but like it's just not quite doing it. He is still going, but he has taken one hell of a pummeling. Your arrow flies true. But he fights on. So you've moved, you've fired an arrow, and that is the end of your turn. Next will be the elves, and we're going to just see now how it goes. Oh my god. Okay. So we have changed things a bit.
Oh god.
As the fight continues on, but it sort of sways slightly in favour of the dwarves.
For the undercraft!
Oh, I'm changing the shape of Burnley Silveraxe instead of as he comes in.
Throwing.
Yeah, I actually stretched him. I didn't mean to do that. So he's going to come in over here and help fight this guy. So a couple of the elves go down, having seen their leader get absolutely annihilated up the hillside there. They're they are bolstered by that, and things sway in the favour of the dwarves ever so slightly, and some of the elves go down. Looking at numbers now, it's kind of even Stevens as far as who's going to win, but you guys are making a massive difference here. So that is their turn. Fendrex, we'll see actually, because he was doing all right. So he takes out one of the archers. This guy right in front of Dorvin, who I'm not going to forget this time. Let me see. He is not taking any damage from you because you are not fighting him. And it's freaking him out. Do I think he will? Yeah, I think he's sort of set on, isn't he? I just feel like I'm absolutely annihilating you, and I feel really bad. This always happens, Mike. I don't want the cycle to continue.
This is TPK. You're meant to be annihilating us.
A full round of attacks upon you.
Go for it.
22. That is an 18. That is not a hit. And that is a natural 1. And he rolled. This is not a fumble. But that is 2 misses. So it doesn't matter anyway.
That's good.
This guy swings and how are you dodging? Because you're in combat with a combatant that he can't see, whilst sort of dodging or blocking him. How does this look?
Oh, I mean, Dorvan's got his shield, and he's not been doing too much damage against this chaos. Oh, get whacked, defend. Oh, there's a gap. Quick hit, defend. He's just trying to stay alive.
Amazing. But it's your turn. So continue your description.
But there's a quick gap, so Dorvan has been defending and is then just going to attempt this is a mace. This is not a swing, it's just a push. It's going to push the bronze dragon end. Oh yeah. Just push.
The demon, his light is flickering now. You think he's very much in trouble. Do it, Dorvan.
13.
That is a hit.
Oh. Nice. It is not there, which means I need to go for it. 9.
9. How do you finally kill it, Dorvan?
As I said, the mace with the dragon's head on top just went lunge as this dragon's head just goes straight through the chaos creature, unrelenting. Again, from the elf's perspective, I'm just thrusting my mace randomly.
Just literally. Just fighting thin air, and the elf's like, this is ridiculous.
What are you doing?
Focus on me. Come on, meet me here.
And now I can.
And just as it turns into mush on the battlefield. And that is the end of your turn, unless you want to move.
There's only the one of them now, so I'll hold my ground.
Hold your ground, beautiful. Johan.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, did the guy get a turn? Did
stunned.
Anathema? Oh, he was stunned.
Anathema.
No, he was stunned. No,
yeah,
you're absolutely right.
I actually did forget, but it wouldn't have mattered.
He was stunned. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
So no, he's still down.
Yeah, so Johan is just gonna mutter, "Embrace the ethereal dream," and then he will do a vicious. I don't know if you've ever seen. I'm trying to give you an example. You see it in Cobra Kai sometimes. They do a flip, knee kick. He's basically going to do that to the guy on the floor. It's like something Nightwing would do, or something flip into a knee on the ground as he does flurry of blows. So he's going to go in with a knee and then finish with an elbow.
Epic.
But we shall see. He's on the ground, so I get +4 to the attack.
I was giving -4 to his armor class, but if you want to
Oh,
add
no,
4 to your attack,
no,
that's
yeah,
fine.
do that. That's easier. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, no, I've got to put it in anyway, because it's Flurry of Blows, which means I'm down by 1 now. Only 1 now, which is good. So, the first strike, Flurry of Blows. It's a 13.
Is a 13. I'm afraid that does not hit.
And an 18.
Oh, hang on. No, he's not stunned anymore because it's back to your turn. So he's just prone. He's not stunned.
18 on the
does
second
hit.
one. Yes, fantastic. So the second one, he misses with the first, rather embarrassingly after all that description.
That's okay. The first was the foot landing, The second is the knee coming down.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
Cool.
So that comes down for 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
What does it look like as you annihilate this guy from above?
He just says, "Embrace
Who is
ethereal
already
dream."
a burned up corpse.
Yeah, he's burned up, but he's like reaching for the sword probably, and then that's when Johan like drops down from on high once again. Like gravity has won this battle for Johan, and it's what finishes it as well. He just drives his knee into the back of the guy's head, and you just hear this crack as both his neck and skull are just disjointed beyond repair. And Johan like slowly rises his eye upon the magic sword that lies in the snow, and he will move to it, and that's his turn.
Yeah. Okay. Super. Who's got the compass? This was a thing. One of you has the artisan's compass, which is basically the thing that has been jimmied to open portals. It's given to you by Yam.
I thought it was Night.
Yeah, something tells me that it was night, and if not, then let's say it was, because I think we said it, but it was in the midst of a lot of confusion during the chaos, the unintentional chaos of last session.
It was chaos. I'm happy for any one of you to say that you have it, now, but you guys decide who you think would have it.
Mike and I both thought it was night, so let's just say it's night.
Okay, makes sense. No probs. He is the more hoardy, isn't he? I suppose. So he would have the belongings on him. So that Johan absolutely annihilates Captain Anathema and goes to collect the sword. At this point, all the demons are destroyed, and the air feels clearer to you. Like your path is unblocked. Your path is allowed forwards. You just need to open the doorway. That is the end of the round now. Night. It is your turn.
So Night is just going to run towards Johan.
Do bear in mind that Fendrex has the arrows that could get you there very quickly.
Oh. He'll be like... Fendrex.
Hasn't really come up all that much on the battlefield, apart from the one epic move that Johan pulled off earlier. But you can indicate to Fendrex that on his next turn, he'll basically just send you there.
He's going to gesture me and Dorvun to him, please.
Okay. Yeah, he can actually do that. That's no problem. He can definitely do that. Dorvun might be a bit annoyed with you, though, because he's still in combat, but...
I don't care.
Whatever. Are you going to move or do anything else? Essentially, if you're just indicating, we'll say that your turn is delayed.
I'll stick 2 arrows in the back of this guy while I'm here.
Nail it. Yeah, do it.
Because why not? I've got limited arrows, but whatever. 18 and... possibly a critical.
Possibly a critical.
Not a critical.
Critical, I'm afraid, but definitely a hit. So that is 2 hits.
Yeah, but he does know I'm there, so it's not really anything. 5 points of damage.
Okay, 5 points of damage to that guy. Hang on a second. Let me just... Because it's going to be there round next, so that's just going to make a difference too. So essentially you do that, it distracts this fella, and the guy that he's fighting capitalizes on it, takes out his ankles with his axe, brings him down, and just drives the sort of the butt of his axe, the pointy bit of his axe, straight into his throat and offs him completely. And there's 2-on-1 over here as these two guys fighting back take out that guy. This one over here also is up against two at once, one of them being Silver Axe, also gone. Fendrex takes out the other archer. And we'll say this was definitely altered by how you guys dealt with stuff. So, taking out the leader swayed things, using battle points in favour for them. And I think that is actually all of them, apart from the one that Dorvin is fighting. Dorvin, you have the one guy left on the battlefield in front of you. And oh no, actually I take that back. He doesn't. Of course he doesn't. There's one archer as well left, because Fendrex doesn't do that. What Fendrex does is knocks 2 arrows, uses many shot, fires 2 arrows over towards Johan. As both Night and Dorvin appear directly next to, right up against the tower. So again, it kind of shunk into the tower, but at sort of floor level this time, and you both appear next to Johan.
Pardon me. It is done.
Hang on a second, I'll move Night as well.
Night will raise the compass and be like, then let's get out of here.
Mm-hmm. So, who's got the sword?
Johan will hold
Johan
the sword.
Johan!
Yeah, he'll hold it
Okay,
aloft.
Johan, you pick up the sword, and you have never held anything quite so evil in your hand. And Night and Johan, for a moment, as Johan is holding this sword, Night and Johan feel like they are sworn enemies. Like enemies in the basis of history, in the annals of history, you are supposed to hate each other. Like, you have absolutely got opposing artifacts here. For Johan is in possession of the sword of Cass, which is the very sword that sliced the hand of Vecna from his arm.
Yes.
Oh no.
I kind of wish you'd grabbed it a little bit earlier in the battle, because, well, there is one dude left, which you are more than welcome to have a go if you'd like. There are a few things you can do with it, but the most important being Call Lightning,
The sword
which,
of Cass
as
is
it's
mine.
kind of your, well, it's Dorvin and then it's your turn, you can fire a lightning bolt directly on top of this guy for a lot of damage if you so choose. But as you pick it up and you have the thing also around him that he can't see, but you can, a portal appears directly where Dorvin was stood, which, again, if he hadn't moved, would have been very entertaining. I was really thinking you were going to bring the two things together, and he was going to go, through the portal. I would have
Well, I
laughed
know
my
you
arse
only
off.
Now you're thinking with
But you
portals.
see that it is right there in the center. This guy can't see it. Obviously, nothing's happening to him. Dorvin, it would be your turn, sir.
I gave him 2 hours worth of blood. He's fired 2 hours for me. I'm just going to head on back.
Okay.
5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Nice. You kind of stumble it down the hillside towards the thing. That is a full move. And there is a kind of triumphant cheering going on by the dwarves that are left, but it's not entirely triumphant. They've lost so many of their number, but they have won the day this time. But the fighting in the distance continues. Johan, it is your turn.
Johan will give like a bestial snarl as he stares at Night. But mastering himself, for he understands that there are bigger problems to be dealing with, he'll rush after Dorvin, easily outpacing him.
Yeah, easily outpacing
You
him.
could
so
reach the portal.
35, 40,
Move your
45,
speed.
50. Yeah, and again, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I'm just on the edge there.
Amazing. Okay.
He will. That's his full movement, and hopefully, just for free, he'll look down into the pit and look at the elf, and he says, "Your master has met his end at my hand. Now I control the blade."
Amazing. He looks up at you with his bright red eyes. Struggle to portray anything but rage and anger, but there is a definite element of fear as he looks upon you wielding that sword.
Yes.
Night, 'tis your turn.
45. So Night runs down the hill as well. I think about halfway down, there's a moment where he like knocks an arrow and looks at Johan, and then just carries on running.
Yeah, the urge is strong for a moment, but it's not you, it's the artifacts, and you kind of shake yourselves out of it. Yeah, there's a definite urge there, but you move certainly towards them. And now there's this guy. This guy is going to 1, 2, and climb out. Climbing out will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yeah!
Can you wield a longsword?
That's a good question. A longsword is martial, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I can.
Yes, it is, Marshall.
I'm not sure I can, to be honest with you.
That's the -4 on the roll.
But then is that weighed out by the bonuses of the sword itself? Isn't it like a plus something item, or?
The sword of cast is a +6 unholy keen vorpal longsword.
Well, -4,
that
so
can
that's
do,
plus
it is
2.
chaotic evil, it is intelligent, so it is begging you to use it. As
Yeah, 100% then in that case. Yeah, you're just going to bring the sword down.
It can do Call Lightning, Blasphemy, Unhallow, and once per week. It hasn't done this, by the way, so it can still do it. It can be used to slay living.
Please don't do blasphemy, because we'd all die.
So it can only be used. It can only be used once. So I might, Did you say slay living is only used the once?
Once per week.
Oh, once per week. And there's Call Lightning as well. Is that once per week?
Call Lightning is once per day, but Call Lightning is a continuous effect that has been cast. You're not sure how many castings there are.
This battle is won. Those resources can be used in a future struggle. Johan will quickly calculate his mind, and he'll just lift the blade high and bring it down upon the creature. Because I just want to see what happens if I hit it with it. That is
okay. So you currently have a +10 enhancement bonus to your strength while wielding it. It's a major artifact.
Oh boy!
It is a major artifact.
Okay,
+10 enhancement bonus to strength.
Yeah,
and
but
it's a +6 sword.
So my weapon. But
yeah,
I'll take you off my
5
weapon focus because obviously that's with my fists. So let's see.
I mean, to be fair, just holding it and punching someone might.
So plus 10 strength will give me a +5 onto that then.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got it. So 10. Okay, wow. He lifts the sword of cast high and brings it down. 29 to hit.
Absolutely, yeah. It just slices through this guy, yeah. I mean, the thing is, you get the enhancement bonus to strength. It's Keen, Vorpal, and Unholy, but none of those things are actually affecting this particular hit because it's just a standard hit. So it will do a D8 damage plus your strength modifier and all the extras that you get from that, plus 6.
Okay, so... I roll a 1! 10 points of slashing damage.
10 points of slashing damage on this guy. I mean, okay. He was in a fight with Dorvin, but he didn't take any damage from Dorvin because Dorvin didn't fight him, so he's only going to take 10 points of damage. So yeah, he's still alive. Absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted.
Are you sure that was with the +6 weapon bonus on there as well?
Oh yeah, there is a +6 also.
You entered the -14.
So it'll actually be 16.
That's my normal strength plus the +5, I believe.
Yeah, but then the +6 is on the weapon as well, so that would be extra. So
I
it's
see
actually
what
16.
you mean, right.
So yeah, 16 points.
16 points of slashing damage then, gotcha.
And as you strike him, you feel an absolute satisfaction of evil as you draw blood from this guy. And the sword spurs you on. The sword you can hear in your head. The sword's just absolutely in love with this manic kind of fight that's going on. It's just saying, slay him now. And that's the end of your turn. We're back to the top, and it's night. There's just this one dude.
I just want to say, Johan is having the best day. That's all I'm saying. He loves it.
Nightlight's just going to run and jump in the portal. I don't think there's any...
Night jumps into the portal
and
and just vanishes. And Night, from your perspective, you jump into this portal. It's like you've jumped into a pool, except instead of water, everything kind of bubbles around you, and then there's that swirling vortex again. You seem to be falling through some out of time, out of space. But there is some sort of floor coming up beneath you, but you can't make out what it is just yet. Night has been. It is now this elf's turn. This elf... hang on. Seeing the sword of his master, no. So you get an attack of opportunity because he's gonna run away, but he's gonna run away and try to change weapons to his longbow, which is on his back. So you will get an attack of opportunity as he does that.
Sorry, I thought it was Dorvin.
I'm nowhere.
No, it's you. Dorvin isn't
sorry.
anywhere near. Dorvin's all the way up there.
Radium's raises a very good point as well. That's 2 evil swords in our possession, so that's interesting.
It's
Not
the sword
only
of tyranny.
we have the blade of tyranny.
Yeah, tyranny is an evil sword. Tyranny isn't.
But it's not.
Tyranny wishes it was this sword.
Yeah, tyranny wishes it was the sword.
Wishes it was.
But it's a good. It's a fair point to
Genuinely,
make
'cause it
that
is
we
also
are we are now hoarding evil swords like there's no tomorrow. But anyway, speaking of the evil sword, Johan raises it aloft again, and he gives out a yell as he brings it down again upon the elf. 32 to hit.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's definitely a hit. Absolutely.
I presume that's not within its keen.
This time,
No, just double check that
That's a good
crits
point.
on 19, 20. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. It was only 16.
It would be
It does
17,
crit on
wouldn't it?
17.
Yeah.
So
That's
not quite.
1 extra, so in this case, 11 points of slashing damage.
+6.
Plus the 6.
Plus
It'd be
6,
plus 6, so it's
17 points of slashing damage.
17. So as this guy goes to run away, you essentially slash him, and what does it look like as you just slice him open and
Like,
he falls?
that red fire that has driven them to battle the dwarves just diminishes, and like he just scrambles, like a terrified, just someone terrified and wanting to flee battle. But Johan just like gives like a yell of satisfaction and just like cleaves down and cuts the guy in half from nape to chops.
Chops.
Chops to Nate.
Oh my god! All
Sorry,
I've
it would
got
be
is
chops
like
and
a,
Nate.
Fizzy
Chops and
handbag.
Nate.
all I've got is
Sorry.
like a zombie. Let's make him a bit bigger, look, because he's just chopped in half. It's the best I've got. As he moves away, and you chop him in half, and he just runs as a
And I think
dying.
Johan
But
will
it is gruesome. because it's a
combine
really evil
that
sword.
that cut, and like the cut then puts it straight back into his possession, and then he uses the rest of his turn to move. Oh, it's not his turn. That was an attack of opportunity, wasn't it?
It was an attack of opportunity, yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Against the guy. Then it would be Dorvan.
5, 10, 15, 20. 5,
Gonna
10,
miss the portal.
15, 20.
Amazing. That is Dorvan's turn. Everything's over. So basically, guys, you've killed the last one. And there's a bustle on the battlefield, like everything is done, and the dwarves are all kind of looking over at you guys, like what the hell? But you swayed the battle for them, so there's kind of a moment when they hold up their weapons in kind of respect of you, but combat is over, so you feel free to jump into the portal at any time you wish. With parting words.
Johan will do exactly the same. He'll lift the blade high and go,
And then they all look at you with absolute fear.
And then he'll jump into the portal.
Epic.
Oh god!
And Dorvan, you do the same. You jump into the portal.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he is attempting to shout them for the bronze, but
You
he just
guys-
can't overpower Johan's
Yeah, there's
scream.
just this horrible blood curdling scream. You jump in, the same thing happens. It's like jumping into a pool, and there's a sort of cool thing as the air rushes past you, and you see this vortex around you, and what you see coming up beneath you are wooden floorboards. And you fall towards these wooden floorboards at great speed. And as you land, what you hear is the sort of gentle sound of kind of some sort of accordion playing, and there is the sound of distant ocean and a gentle rocking as you appear to have landed on a ship. And we're going to leave it there for a break. And I think we've got a little bit longer to play through for the next bit. So, break time!
And whatever 64 is.
Oh yeah.
64! Oh my god, 64, yes.
Do you want
You're
to
going to like
do
this.
that when we get back, or do you want to do that now?
Well, I'll give you a chance, actually, to decide, because it's something you did to decide on your break. So, you have gained an alternate form. You may choose one animal with 3 hit dice or less. This animal becomes your alternate form. You can change into an animal, a small animal, with 3 hit dice or less at any time, as with the druid ability.
That's fucking hilarious.
Would you enable me to just change that slightly to turn into a bronze pseudo-natural dragon?
It has more ability. I mean, it's more than 3 hit dice, isn't it? A pseudonatural dragon? I don't know. We'll have to have a look. We'll have a chat, but think about it in the
What
break.
about a
and
lesser?
come back. Thanks very much for sticking with us, folks. That was a bit of a long one without break, but it was sort of mid-combat, and But we'll see what happens next in the next bit of Chaos Falls. Thanks for joining us. See you in a bit. I think we're back, everyone. Epic stuff. Amazing. That fight, I mean, was... I found it pleasing. It was pleasing to me. I hope everyone enjoyed it, because I had a thoroughly good time. I sort of set a whole bunch of stuff in motion and just sort of wanted to just let it go and see what happened. And you guys made some cool... I love the move with the teleport. Bloody fantastic. On the hillside, I was like, oh, it's so good. Unfortunately, poor Dorvan is taking the brunt of the D100s at the moment.
Yes.
Just as a point, I will now let you know, because you were very close to doing it. Another little mechanic is if you get a critical hit on one of these things, you can choose to have the D100 effect or not. As you can see, some of the effects are incredibly positive. Some of them are not. Entirely up to you. But that comes down to your own personal choice. So, when we left you, you had just jumped into the portal. You leapt in, feet first, a little step, and you were plummeting through this vortex. And these wooden floorboards gently swaying on what appears to be ocean beneath you as you land on what you believe to be a ship. You hear a sort of gentle bit of music. I did have a kind of shanty music, but unfortunately we had some problems with music that had to be changed at last minute, so you don't have that, but just imagine it. And you kind of take a moment and you see a sort of a ragtag crew stood around you, all dressed in what you would assign to pirates in your head. They look like a crew of pirates on a ship, and you bring yourself to standing. And as you stand, you look over the side of the ship and you realize that you are in fact not upon the ocean at all, but instead you're a few thousand feet up in the air, floating above the waves on a flying ship.
Holy shit.
It's still loading for me.
Is it still loading?
There it is.
It is just
No, it's
about
rendered.
loading.
You're actually
There,
on
it's
the
loaded. There we are. Yeah.
Where the hell are you?
We're not on the ship.
Why are you not on? Why are you not on the ship? I swear to
We
God,
missed.
where are you? I don't see where you are. No. Perhaps I haven't actually put you guys on the map because it's not.
Run it out.
Oh my God, you're just plummeting. Okay, so we've got Dolphin. I'm sorry, I should have done this before, and I thought I had. I'm very embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
Embarrassing.
Next we have a Johan.
Johan.
And then we have a Night, who weirdly is on the wrong layer. There we go. And all three of you now should see yourselves
Yes.
on the deck of this ship. As you can see, the rear of the ship is adorned with enormous sort of blue crystalline devices, giving off this sort of mysterious miasma that pours behind the ship as it slowly creeps forward. There's a gentle breeze, doesn't appear to be moving very quickly. And as you arrived, you could see that the crew seemed to be celebrating. They were in celebration. They were raising drinks. Sides of the ship is adorned with large crossbows attached to the ship itself, and at the very front of the ship, an enormous ballista is mounted. And standing at the helm, you just see the top of a captain's hat, which sort of stays for a moment and then leans off to the side, and you see a very small goblin who looks towards you and says, "What are you doing on my ship?"
What are you doing on our ship?
No, I ask you first. What do you do on my ship? Answer now, or we throw you overboard. These guys step forward and draw their blades, their cutlasses.
Dorvan puts both his hands on Night and goes, "Let me assist. The bronze ones have blessed me. I shall ascend." But you don't hear him say,
My God.
"I shall ascend." Because Dorvan believes he's about to turn into a dragon. And as he's turning, instead of "I shall ascend," you just hear "Arr, arr, 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 arr," as you turn around and you just see a cocker spaniel, the colour of Dorvan's beard. Just sat there going, "Arr, arr, arr."
Little Dorvan.
Dorvan believes he's a dragon.
That is an interesting development.
Dorvan the dwarven doggy.
No.
The Dwarven cocker spaniel.
God!
Has he got like a rough?
Turned into
Big
a dog.
ears.
That's hilarious. I mean, I don't have a... Do I have a dog? I don't think I've got a dog. Oh my God, the only dogs I've got. What sort of games do I run? There are some
Wild
dogs here.
dogs.
Like, weirdly skinned.
Oh.
Hang on. Wait.
I
No,
think we
he's not a
should force
cocker
some
spaniel.
skinny
He's
dogs.
kind of a basset hound.
It's a basset
But we
hound,
can-
a really
we
fat
can,
basset hound.
He's massive, but he's going to be smaller. All right. Dorvan, there you go. You turn into that guy. I will give you control of him. Dorvan,
feel
there
in
you
control.
go. You are in
feel in
control. We'll just move you.
control.
As Dorvan plummets to his death over the side, and you are now a massive. Dorvan is next to you. Just turns into a dog. It's just like
Night just goes, so cute! And just sort of like ruffling your ears.
the captain kind of
I am
jumps
dragon.
upon the whale of the ship and kind of looks over. I don't understand what is happening. You fall out of the sky and then you turn into animals. What is this?
You must be the captain of this vessel. Please, what is your name?
I am Captain Dimrot,
Dimrot?
the great Dimrot Lebrine.
Have we heard of Dimrot
I don't think, no, you
Lebrine?
have not heard of Dimrot Lebrine, no. You are on board the Triumphant Cockatrice.
Triumphant cockatrice. Goodness me.
Indeed. I mean, you can give me a knowledge. This would kind of be knowledge local, really, just for rumours and such.
I have no idea where we are, so I don't think that's fair.
No, you really don't have a clue. But I think we're using it as a sort of, just a sort of hearsay type of thing.
8.
Tell me you can still be interesting. No, you don't know.
I'm gonna save you the time and say I don't know because I literally
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
struggling right now to bring it up.
The Triumphant Cockatrice is definitely a pirate vessel for sure, and you can see around the place there's a sort of small crew, not a massive crew, small crew. They all appear to have had a drink or two, and yeah, they seem to be making merry. And Dimrot Lebrine looks at you and says, "Yes, I am the captain. I am the captain. Can you go on? Give me a sense motive."
Okay, a sense of motive. Let's see. What have I got for that?
Oh, 18.
Ooh.
That's very unlike Night. He's got a -1 to that.
I mean, yeah, 18. I mean, because he's like you can read his expression. Do you get the impression that maybe he kind of thinks he's the captain, but the rest of the crew are kind of going, "Oh God, okay." They just sort of maybe humor him a little bit. This little guy, he has got a hook for a hand, and he's got a very tiny little sword.
Is it actual hook for a hand, or is he holding on to a hook?
You're not sure.
With a covering.
Like a child's toy.
Yeah.
You're not sure, but it's adorable. Redium, now tell me he can still breathe electricity. I mean, the dog could definitely, surely still use the breath weapon. He must be able to. I decree
I just
it so.
checked because it's a spell-like ability and doesn't require to be cast like a spell. You can.
Yes, he
He's
can.
got no
Excellent
spoken.
stuff. Oh my God, he's just a dragon breath cocker spaniel. I love it. So the rest of the crew all have their weapons drawn, just sort of gnarly-looking cutlasses. The music kind of stops and comes to a halt, and
Who was playing the
Dimrot
music?
one of these, probably the big bald guy over here, is just sort of playing an accordion in the corner as they were all having a drink. Yeah,
You
Dimrot
should have a go.
kind of looks over. He looks to you, Night, clearly the leader of this group.
Farted, sorry.
Is that an Alexa? Is
Yes.
that an Alexa?
My
so
my
random.
phone just
Just getting
answered.
involved.
No, but that was my fault. I was trying to open another app, and I do apologise. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's fine. Yeah, he looks to you, Night, clearly the leader of this crew, and he holds up his tiny sword and he says, "You have come to get treasure back."
Night responds to this respect. He goes, "You are captain. I am captain of my crew. And what treasure are you talking about?"
We steal treasure. We steal much treasure from the flying ones. We celebrate. And the rest of the crew are just kind of going, "Oh God."
From the flying ones. What are the flying ones?
The flying men, they have the wings. They fly around.
Angels?
They live in the mountains, and we take the treasure, and we are rich now, filthy, filthy rich.
The compass that I have, does that point towards the thing that we need, or does that just...
The artisan's compass. No, the artisan's
Yeah.
compass doesn't. It's a strange device. It's been sort of jerry-rigged as well. So its initial purpose was to pull items towards it. But it's been jerry-rigged by Yam when you met him.
Yeah.
Who has kind of fixed it to send you to them. But it doesn't quite tell you exactly where the artifact is. It just sends you to within its vicinity. So you know there is an artifact somewhere nearby for sure. Okay. You've been sent towards it, but it's not necessarily, it won't like put you straight on top of it.
Night is gonna be, he's gonna say, show us the treasure. If you're so rich, show us. Mr. Rich Pants.
One of the other members of the crew sort of steps forward. He's got his cutlass out and he says, "Oh, why should we show you anything? You just appear out of the air."
Night is going to just hold his hand up to the crew member and be like, I was talking to your captain.
This guy kind of looks across and he just says, "All right, Captain Dimrot, can we just deal with them? You know, obviously this is too much for you. Oh, wonderful Captain." It seems like they're so like into humoring this guy for some reason that like he's just trying to like get him to just back off a little bit, but humor him. Just be, can we? You're a wonderful captain. This is too much for you. You know, this is you don't need to be dealing with this.
Does this creature
can we just
have
go?
Over
we'll just
this
make
crew?
them walk the plank. We'll make them walk the plank, and you know, it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
I just had to check something. I can also do this in dog form. Dwarven the doggy dragon shaman, just goes, and he emits a draconic aura, which now, this is one he's not done yet, as we are in a social situation. This is his aura of presence, which means you all get a +2 to bluff, diplomacy, and intimidate whilst you're within 30 feet of the dog.
Amazing stuff.
Sorry, I would have done that earlier, but I had to check.
We have been drawn here because there is a powerful artifact upon this vessel. I can't help but notice that there is a shining blue crystal at the bow haft of the ship. Is it haft? What's the back called?
Bow.
Stern.
No, the bow is the front. The stern is the back.
Bow stern. Great, got it.
Who are you addressing?
The captain.
The captain? Yeah. He kind of plucks up that you're addressing him as well. His chest kind of plucks up a little bit. Yes, it is very powerful crystal.
Does it have a name?
I don't know its name.
Would you say
it has history?
Oh. And what history
But I don't know history.
Oh. Is there any...
My friend, he know the history.
I was about to say, took the words right out of my mouth, my dear captain.
You hear a voice coming from behind you. You are currently on a sort of raised bit in the middle of the ship, and just behind you, so here, this is a wall, and this is a lowered area, and you hear a door open, and you hear a voice, and the voice sort of comes out of this doorway, and the voice says, "It is a It is an amazing history, an incredible history. That crystal once held aloft an entire city, and you hear footsteps coming up the way. And what you see is a gentleman dressed entirely in black leather, wearing a plague doctor mask. And he steps forward, leaning on his cane. Only he's wearing this kind of black leather, and he looks really gothy and cool and whatever. But as well as that, he's kind of covered himself in this really cool netting.
He's
It
covered
looks
himself
amazing.
in it, has he?
He's covered himself in netting as an absolute fashion fucking statement. He steps forward, and he says,
For those who don't know,
I was going to say, who are
this is
you?
clearly Matt's character from Knights of the Apocalypse.
What is your
who
name?
famously gets trapped in netting and can't escape.
"My name is Obsidian the Black.
This is Cabin Boy. Why are we listening to the Cabin Boy?
I am no cabin boy. I am a pro pirate.
Pro pirate.
Pirate. I see you've met Dimrot. He is an excellent captain, dear friend of mine, isn't he, crew?" And all the crew look over at this guy and basically look a little bit kind of like, yeah, okay, like doing as they're told. Like he's clearly taken a shine to the little goblin. And the rest of the crew are a little afeared of this guy for some strange reason. You don't really know why. But again, he looks sort of fresh. His leather all looks a bit too new. Looks a bit guppy-ish. A bit squeaky, for sure. He says, the crystal once held aloft the empirical, the city of old. It is but a fragment, but it is enough to keep this ship sailing the air. Why do you seek it?
Let us just say that we have been drawn to it.
Okay, interesting. You fell out of the sky, drawn to the crystal.
Yeah.
Some sort of magic. Some sort of magic. I would know. I would know more. Strange things have been happening on board this ship, but I've not been here for very long.
Ah, so you are new here too. Perhaps you fell from the sky also.
No. I was sort of picked up nearby on shore. Lost, you might say. I was trying to find my way to Bright Harbour. You might know it. But I found this crew along the way, and it seemed like an adventure. And so I followed my adventure nose, and here I am. And I have to say, it's been quite successful so far. We've found all sorts of treasure.
Now, is there... And he will look to... no one appears to be like steering or like sailing the vessel currently. It's sort of what I'm saying.
No, it seems to be moving very, very steadily. It's kind of almost at a standstill. It's moving very slowly forwards.
What is your nearest port of call, or what is your destination?
We are above the Silver Sea. As I say, I was picked up in Bright Harbour maybe a couple of weeks ago. I've been sailing since. Nearby island that had settlers, you might say, been amassing treasure, who we saw an opportunity and we took it.
But where are you going now?
We have no particular destination. We are just celebrating.
Okay, well, I bid you to land this vessel, perhaps in the water below. I imagine while this ship is in the air, it can still float in the sea.
And why would we do that?
I think it would be best for all on board.
Not for long.
I think that the crew have a penchant for making people walk the plank, and I would like to avoid that if at all possible. So, I mean, what do we do here? What do we do? You appeared on the ship. We don't know how. We can come to some agreement. I'd rather not see them throw you overboard. We're having such a good day.
Yes. Yes, we've been having rather a good day too.
Who's facing which direction? Sort of. Yeah, everybody give me a spot check.
A spot check.
Oh, night, beautiful.
Yeah, 26.
25.
25 and 26. Yeah, okay. So you spot in the distance several... Oh, Dorvin can see some of these. He kind of spots them as well. And can see some of the smaller ones. There's some larger ones as well, though. You see in the distance a bunch of winged creatures.
I honestly think I'm a dragon at this point, so I'm just...
You think you're a dragon, but you're a small dog.
Yes.
You see these winged creatures all approaching this ship. But they're a fair way off, but they seem to be moving at some speed. Some of them look slightly bigger than others. You're not really sure what's the happy hats.
Did you say you had been stealing from the winged men?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we did, but they're not particularly bright, and we're clever.
But how fast?
And we got away scot-free. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not much for
any faster, because I think they may want their ship back.
What? You point them out, and the crew kind of look out, and in a sort of slightly drunken haze, they've all had a drink, looking out on the horizon, they see these guys approaching at great speed, and realize that they're sort of about to be under some sort of siege. And they sort of
honest, I
rush
looked the wrong way and just saw Dorvan and was like, "Oh God, it's a flying dwarf."
Dorvan's still floating out there. That's quite funny.
Yeah, Dorvan is floating. Oh my God! He's falling to his doom as we speak. But yeah, the sort of skyline is almost filled with these guys. There's loads of them approaching the ship, and the pirates all kind of clamber around, falling over each other. Clearly not in any fit state to fight. And the big guy over here mans the crossbow, and this dude sort of stumbles to the big ballista on the front. And you see that Obsidian the Black, he just sort of panics. Doesn't really know what to do. Clearly not the sort of person who's very good at making plans. Has made a plan to steal a bunch of treasure, and it hasn't worked out. So he kind of backs away, not knowing what to do, and sort of tries to go over to the back of the ship where the wheel is. The captain Dimrot jumps on this one, and we'll put her on that one there. And there is already someone on that one.
Night, your aim is true. Sort of get on that ballista.
They all
I'm
man
on
the
the
ballistas.
I've been put on one. I'm a dog.
Yeah, so basically, this strange leather-clad dude grabs the wheel and shoves it forward, and the ship starts to move a little bit quicker, which kind of gives everybody a little bit of a jolt. And these things all start flying really fast towards the ship, and you see a bunch of guys with wings seem to be carrying bows in their feet and weapons in their hands, and they appear to be accompanied by at least 3 giant eagles of large stature, all flying towards the ship. And they all look very put out, very upset, disgruntled that their ship was stolen. They're coming to get it. back, absolutely, and the ship seems to be moving a little bit quicker. But they're not on you just yet.
Can Night Knight try and take over the big ballista, the one at the front?
Yes, he can, absolutely.
Because he's had experience of a ballista that didn't fire properly, that was just a prop, and he wants the real deal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, can you? I mean, you going to convince this guy to move, or are you going to just shove him out of the way?
I don't think Night Knight will even shove him out of the way. I think he'll climb on him, and if he doesn't move, he's going to sit on his lap and fire the ballista from there.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You sort of climb in front of him and you grab a hold of it. So you grab a hold of it, and I think he'll just sort of stumble back. I don't think he's particularly with it, and they look genuinely frightened, these guys, and like I say, a little bit drunk, a little bit merry, and the sky is filled with these flying guys all approaching the ship. So Night Knight's grabbed a hold of the ballista at the front, which you've got like a wheel on, and you try and you kind of turn it from side to side, and it's just huge. The arc of the thing, it's kind of hard to judge. So it will go almost to the side. So it'll go all the way over to here, and all the way over to here. So pretty much anything at the moment is in your range. Dorvin and Johan. As the ship appears to be under siege.
Dorvin will head to the bow of the ship in his dog form. 2 paws, in his mind claws, but 2 paws on the end, right on the edge. But you can see lightning dripping from this dog's mouth.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's the scariest Cocker Spaniel I've ever heard of. Epic. Amazing. So yeah, these guys now are approaching, and before I ask you to roll any kind of initiative, one more thing that you notice, as around you, several fires erupt from the floor, but out on the kind of wing areas, as demons, similar to the ones that you fought before, suddenly appear, and as they're stood there, they look really quite unstable on the bars that they've appeared on. Like, they're sort of balancing, and it's not really ideal for them. It takes them a second, and they sort of shrink down and sprout these sharp little spider legs and morph into creatures that can very easily stand upon the floor of the ship.
Yeah.
Oh.
As these spider versions of these demons sort of moving around. And can you please roll initiative?
I need my dog's initiative. Oh, it's better.
Oh no.
Oh my god!
God damn it.
And we've got the same initiative modifier, Night Knight.
Oh my god.
Rollies. Do you want to do a little roll off?
We could do a little roll off.
Little roll off, little D20 action.
13 for this Cocker Spaniel.
There you go.
So Johan got a 20.
Well, no. That's my roll off against Night Knight. My actual roll is 8.
Oh, you both got an 8. Of course, sorry. Okay, that's fine.
Both have
So
the same
then,
initiative modifier, so we have to roll off.
It would have been really cool if I'd been able to act before something.
Dorvin got a 13. So Johan.
What did you just do?
That was my knee.
Jeez. Was your knee made of...
Are you okay?
Was your knee made of porcelain or something? It sounded like a dish broke. Your
Just
dish
shattered
broke.
your kneecap.
No, it just reverberated off the desk, which hit the radiator. But
Jeez. Are all the ballistae manned? One isn't. One's free.
Port side
Yeah.
is free.
Okay.
Check out Mike, knowing what port side is. Is that because you used to be a sailor, Michael? Do you know how to sail? Were you in the children sailor club?
Yes.
The merchant sailors?
No. The tall
The
ships?
marines?
No.
What was it called?
Tall Ships Youth Trust.
Tall Ships Youth Trust. I thought it was a cooler name than that.
No, us as a kid, and then just did other bits with the yachting groups and that sort of thing.
Just the yachts. You spent some time on the yachts, didn't you?
The yachts and the tall ships.
Then you spent a few years on
I think the panic has
ferries.
kicked in for the pirates, and they actually go first in the round. Exceptionally well. So the pirates are going to kind of wheel around, and each of them, so we're going to 1 and a 2 and a 3, 4. The other one isn't on that one, so let's fire 4. Being drunk. This guy takes a hit. This guy fires at this one and misses completely. And these both fire at the one eagle and both miss completely. But this guy does take a hit. And will take a chunk of damage. So... So he takes 9 points of damage as a very large bolt fires from this thing and just sort of catches him right in his chest off to the side and blasts him backwards. And he begins to slightly fall out of the air, but his wings stiffen back up and flap him back up into the air. And he continues the onslaught towards the ship. Next, these guys begin to scurry forwards. One there goes for Johan.
Johan.
Oh dear. 2 go for Johan.
Johan.
And the third one goes that way, but can't make it to Johan. He's going to try and go towards the front of the ship, but there are 2, both going for Johan at this point. Johan, what is your armor class, please?
I was just looking to see if there's anything that prevents me from being flat-footed as a monk, but I don't think there is there?
I sort of thought there was. Well, something to do with flanking, perhaps, but not.
Yeah.
Barbarians, the uncanny dodge.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Uncanny dodge, isn't it? But I don't believe I have that. No, I don't. So that is my flat-footed armor class, which is 16.
Yes.
So you still get your wisdom on your flat-footed, though, don't you?
Oh, do I?
You should do, yeah. Yeah, you're only denied dexterity, you're not denied your wisdom.
In that
Carl,
case,
so-
16, 17, 18. Really? That can't be right.
Yeah, you just take your dexterity off it.
Oh. Maybe I've already done that.
What's your dex mod?
My dex is 5.
Oh, then that sounds right.
Yeah.
So is it still 16?
So it is
Okay.
16, yeah.
Okay, so the red hits you, the blue does not. As these kind of things spur up and just try and stab down, and it now does piercing damage instead. You take 1 hit from the red, and again, they are still giving off this slight heat, this burn as they're going, which seems to intensify each other. Okay, you only take 6 points of damage. from the
Ow.
red. Can you please roll me a D100?
I certainly can. D100. 44.
Oh my gosh, okay. The last weapon you struck an enemy with gains a +1 enhancement bonus.
A sword of Cass!
Jesus.
Yeah. The problem with that is the Sword of Cast doesn't appear to be in your possession currently.
But it's
It got
stronger.
taken away.
Well, this is if Thundergrosh wasn't in Dorvan's possession after the travelling.
Then
So it'll
I
be
guess
whatever
it'll
weapon
have to be
you
my mitts.
mitts. So your mitts gain a +1 enhancement bonus.
Yes.
Epic. Very nice.
Mitts.
Along with some damage.
Yeah, thanks.
That is the demons, though. That is their turn. Now, let me just check because this is a long old way. Yeah, that's fine. Can't quite. Can. Okay. So all of these guys fly towards the ship. Hovering above. They can fly a fair distance. And they are all... They're all pretty close, but this one can get to him. And this one can get to him. And this one moves over to here. I'm going to see if that can... touch up the class. Okay, so this one grabs this guy by the shoulders with its claws and attempts to flap its wings and pull him up off the floor. He's quite a hefty dude, but it gets him in a grapple basically, and he's sort of dangling feet just off the deck. The one that's flown over the top of here, put him next to him so I don't grab two at once, does the same thing to that guy, but doesn't get the touch attack, so doesn't manage to actually grapple him. 1, 2. I'm not sure that they'll fire at the dog at the moment. I think you're safe for the fact that you are a dog and you haven't done anything. They don't know that you're not a dog, so they're not going to shoot at the puppy until it shows itself. So one shot at Night Knight, one shot at that pirate, one shot at that pirate, and one shot at Dimrot. Okay, so all that matters there is Night Knight, because all the others will just do on percentage. So Night Knight, what is your armor class, please?
17.
As this guy here, right in front of you, fires, and he kind of lifts his wings back and puts his feet up and pulls the thing and fires at you with a footbow. 17. That is just a hit. And you take... Oh my god. You take maximum. You take 10 points of damage from
Ouch.
the footbow.
Not the footbow.
The footbow.
Deadly.
Gotta love footbow. I'm just gonna keep saying it.
It's just a weapon I could use.
Fucking footbow. This is D&D as brought to you by Quentin Tarantino.
Does he get a pedal
sorry,
dexterity bonus?
Okay. And then we'll go... This one is going to go right the way over here. And this one is going to fly to here. This one's going to fly to here. And that is 3. So, one of them will resolve absolutely by the book because it should be done that way. So we'll do Dimrot first. Lands. Opposed. So once, the giant eagle, this Dimrot is very, very small, and the giant eagle just flies in, grabs him, and swoops him up into the sky.
Oh, God.
Really easily. Because he's so little, This giant eagle attempts to grab hold of that guy, actually doesn't get the touch attack. And this one is going to do exactly the same to Obsidian the Black over the top. And I do have the pared down version of his very early character sheet. He certainly doesn't seem in any way as powerful as he has become.
Can at least summon something and be useful.
Yeah, he's just run away. It seems like his path has diverged somewhere, and he just hasn't encountered anything.
Diverged early.
He's
Really early.
Guppy. Big time, yeah. And the eagle rolled a natural 20.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh,
But that's
God.
only on the that's on the touch attack. But as you know,
okay.
he's not great at grappling. That hasn't changed. His grapple sucks. So the eagle immediately swoops up Obsidian the Black, almost aided by the netting he has wrapped himself.
Oh no!
Own it. He's done it.
Hoisted by his own netting. Literally hoisted.
And yeah, just swoops him up, and you think he's now going to continue its movement forward, but that is the end of their turn. They don't have a flyby. Well, actually, I'm not sure, but they did their full movement, so they won't do a flyby even if they do have it.
Before he dies,
They
I would
do
like
have
to
a
say that
flyby
it's
attack. They're not going to do it.
Quite genius that you've called him essentially Black the Black.
Yeah. I know. He's a pirate. It has to be Obsidian the Black, right?
If it was Obsidian the Red,
about
that'd be very
Obsidian, right?
confusing.
Yeah.
Like,
The
what?
thing about Obsidian is that initially
Obsidian
he
Red
was
Beard.
kind of... He's become a fairly well-rounded and deep character in the main game, which I love because I've built on it. But initially he kind of was a bit of a dork, and he was a bit lame and calling himself Obsidian, and he kind of hasn't grown out of that in this version of things. That is all of their turns. Dorvun, it is your turn.
Well, Dorvan, the Cocker Spaniel, Dragon
You
Shaman.
guys got a knowledge nature, by the way. Does everybody got knowledge nature? Just as a thought?
I do.
Give us a knowledge nature roll. Sorry, I don't know any rubbish. Just to have an idea of what you're up against. You know the giant eagles.
17.
Eagles. 17. Yeah. Okay. So you know that these guys are Raptorans. They're a tribe of rich Raptorans.
Rich Raptor.
That's all you get.
Rich Raptorans that have been robbed. It is your turn, Dorvin. Sorry.
That's all right. Yes. Dorvan will just look up. He'll just cock his head back. And from a distance, you just see this dog sat. And he just looks up, and just a column of electricity just shoots into the air.
Which one are you shooting at? This one straight ahead of you?
Yeah, the one directly above me.
Oh, the one directly above. Sorry, I didn't see him for a second. Yep, cool. So you're just going to fire straight up at him with your electricity. Does he have to do a reflex?
Yeah, reflex. It's actually a bit lower because it's based off my Constitution mod, and it's gone down a bit, but at least for flavour for the time being. So it's 15.
Well, he got a 7 overall. Because I rolled very badly.
He takes 18 points of electricity damage, and he will take 9 electricity damage next turn.
Oh my goodness.
Do you know what? I think rather than so how much did he take? 18. Let's do. Oh, you can't do double numbers, and I've just deleted that one. I didn't mean to. I'm just gonna copy and paste that guy back in there. You can't do double numbers, can you, on the things? That's annoying.
Double numbers on the things?
Yeah. When you do numbers, it doesn't matter, guys. I've got it. It's cool. It's just an easier way of keeping track.
Clicking
You
into
can't
the
see it
roller,
anyway.
you can if you type it out, I believe, but not if you.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it. So he's taken 18 points of damage. Yeah, so his wings are kind of frazzled a little bit, and he kind of bobs down towards you a little, like he almost hits the deck, but not quite.
So that's the one directly above me. He will take 9 damage next round, I will remind you. And unfortunately, I can't use my breath weapon now for 7 rounds.
That is really unlucky.
I think because of that,
We need that.
Dorvan has just done that and is now going to turn around, and he thinks, yes, I'm going to glide away like a mighty dragon, but just lollops. So 5.
But in his
10.
head, he's flying.
Oh yeah, 15.
He just lollops away.
25.
Oh my
It's
god.
faster than normal.
40
Yeah.
feet. I'm twice as fast as I am as a dwarf.
Oh my god. Just immense. Okay. Obsidian the Black goes next. I gave him his own turn because, why not? I'm going to allow him the opportunity to try to escape. Okay. Nope.
There we go.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's tangled up in the claws of this thing. It's not going to happen. So we'll see what happens next time. He might be able to do a spell of some sort. He has some. We'll see. But for now, he is very much screwed. Okay. And next, Johan. It is your turn. You are sort of
Yeah, he's beset.
beset.
He's gonna aim a flurry of blows at the red one that's left of him, upper left. So yeah, flurry of blows. I've typed it out. Hopefully
Gotcha.
it works.
Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
18 for the first
Yep.
strike.
18 is a hit. Hang on. No. How many? No. I'm sorry. It's very nearly a hit, but it's not quite a hit.
Bum. And that's with my +1 enhancement. With the thing that I just got. His second strike. Oh,
That
damn.
is definitely a hit.
I sadly only crit on a 20 though, but never mind. So one strike lands against a thing. Do you need to know my alignment when attacking it, or when it's attacking me? Sorry.
It's more when it's attacking you, and I didn't ask,
okay.
and I should have done.
No, it's okay.
You're lawful, aren't you?
I don't think it. I am lawful. Yes,
Ooh, I should have taken that into account. I do apologise.
it's all right. So
I
the
will
damage
consider it next time.
is. Oh, a 1 and an 8 again. What the hell? 11
Crazy.
points of bludgeoning.
Isn't it 12? Don't forget your bonus.
12 points of bludgeoning.
12 points of bludgeoning damage. Excellent stuff. Yeah. So you, this was a flurry. Its kind of new form perhaps threw you a little bit. Like it's kind of changed itself, and it's a bit amorphous. It's kind of gross, and it manages to dodge the first one, but you definitely deliver a palpable hit as this thing recoils and kind of squeals a little bit as it takes that.
Oh, did I
Takes
get
that
extra
kapow.
damage against it, like when we fought last time as well? I swear, like I got like an extra.
I may be making a mistake. Hang on 1 second.
Not trying to like put you off, mate. I just remember
No,
when
no,
I
no, no,
fought
no,
them
I'm
in
ju-
the
I-
world
I've-
before.
I think it's
In
you
the
did. You did.
museum, I seemed to get a bonus, and it might have just been temporary, but I thought I'd check.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I think I've made a mistake, and thank you for pointing out. I think what I've done is, yeah. So yeah, you should be getting an extra d6 of damage. No, 2d6 of damage to it because you're lawful, as if you were using a lawful aligned weapon.
Cool, awesome.
Because it is an aligned thing. I was mixing up whether it was attacks or damage. So an extra 2d6 for another 7.
7 points of extra damage on top of that, then, in that case.
Okay.
Bam!
Excellent stuff. Yeah, you deliver a palpable hit to the sort of carapace of this thing, and it kind of cracks a little bit in place, and some of that fire starts to ooze out, like it's a.
Oh, Matt, your voice isn't working on your thing.
You have no audio.
Hello?
There we go.
You're back.
Hello?
Yep.
Sorry. The ship kind of jolts around a little bit as Obsidian's kind of been pulled away from the wheel, and the ship's kind of sped up and then slowed down, and it's kind of jittering slightly. and is maybe tipping slightly to one side. But it's all kind of slow movement at the moment. The ship isn't moving particularly quickly because it was mostly at a stop. You don't think this is a speedy vessel, but yeah. So everything is all right at the moment, motion-wise, but you can definitely feel stuff happening. It is now Night Knight's turn, who is on the giant ballista at the front of the ship.
I want to fire the ballista.
Excellent stuff. So this is just going to be like dexterity, standard attack dexterity. Because it's mounted, it's stabilized, so you're going to have a +2 bonus on your attack.
Ooh. So
you have basically 2 targets you can aim at the moment.
Can I shoot at the closest one?
Yeah, sure. So you kind of shift it and just straight in this thing's face and try and skewer it.
Yeah. Do I get my bonus for it being point blank shot? And that's
yeah. I mean, it is essentially a crossbow. Why not?
Yeah.
And I'd like to use
it's a very large
Radium's
crossbow.
D4 as well.
Radium.
I really want it to hit.
Please.
Point blank to the face.
Ooh. Kind of lucky I did, maybe. 18 to hit.
That is just a hit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Radium.
Thank you, Radium. Bloody hell.
That was on Radium, so very close. Okay, so you do 4d8 damage.
Ooh, nice.
With this enormous ballista.
18, which is what I rolled.
18 points of damage to this guy, which kind of knocks him back, and he plummets around, you think, 10-15 feet beneath you in the ship. Knocks him back a fair old distance, which is probably good for you because you get another shot on him next time. And yeah, he's not a happy bunny at all. They can only stay aloft if things are going well for them, because Raptorans, weirdly, are not that good at flying. They can't fly constantly. It's a certain amount of time, and they can't just stay in the air. So yeah, he gets sort of knocked back and just falls for a little bit before restabilizing himself and attempting to come back at the ship. Beautiful shot, Night. The ship pulls forward a little bit, but everything is sort of moving so slow at the moment. Everybody's moving with it. Nobody has tried to speed anything up currently. So that is the end of the round, and we are back with the pirates. So this guy is going to fire a shot at this one. This one here is going to come off of the thing and just attempt to fight this guy with a cutlass, because it's too close.
This one is injured! He's injured! Johan will point at the one he's punched.
Oh, you punched the demon, and they can't see them. They absolutely can't.
Of course.
Oh
no!
Johan just did this in the air.
He's there! Sorry, he's yelled.
Backing away and backs into the corner and kind of backs up against the wall and just sort of freezes in terror. He's just not having a good time. This one's going to attempt to attack the giant eagle because it didn't get grappled. The others did. Same thing, to save time, my method of doing this is swaying the battle in whose favour. Oh no. At the moment, the Raptorans are successful in attacks and do damage to the crew, as opposed to the opposite. And it's pretty heavily stacked. They don't manage to escape, and it's not going well for the pirates at all. There we have the demons, which they're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can just get up behind you. And kind of clambers up slightly and goes for a single attack on Night. Night, your armor class 17. That is a hit. As it pierces you into your back, and it's as you're attempting to take your shots. You take 7 points of damage, 7 points of piercing damage. And can you please roll a D100? 88.
All the eights.
All
Oh,
the eights.
88. Oh my god.
Oh no.
You gain an overwhelming stench. This functions as the ghast's stench ability, DC 15 Fortitude, or sickened for 1d6 plus 4 minutes.
Oh no.
This effect remains until you fully immerse yourself in water.
Oh my god.
Bye-bye.
So just letting yourself
bye.
won't work. You have to be fully immersed in water for this effect to go away. It is permanent until then. So yeah, everything that is close to you, barring the demon that did it, everything that is within range of you, I'm going to have to quickly look up the
How long is it for? DC? Not DC. D6.
So the effect on if it's a DC 15 Fortitude, or they are sickened for 1d6 plus 4 minutes.
Well, this is second and not
nauseated.
nauseated. Yeah, for a second I thought the gas had nauseate.
So it's living creatures within 10 feet. So anything within 10 feet of you
Oh, thank God.
now has to contend with your absolute.
But we are moving forward, so Night is leaving that behind for literally everyone behind him on the ship.
Yeah, it is kind of trailing. Even if it's not affecting you, you can still smell it at a distance. Like, Night. Oh my
God, man.
What have you been eating?
How does that come out as such a small goblin?
Hard.
And two demons, both not having to move, both getting full rounds of attack on Johan. So, Johan, your armor class, please.
Told you not to eat that warm meat, Night. My armor class is 21.
21. Okay, that is 19. That is a hit. Oh my god, that is an 18. So the first one hits twice.
No, 21's my... Oh, do you mean you rolled a 19?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
the second one hits once, and then possibly a fumble. It's a fumble. So you get 3 hits, and then it has a fumble. Now, I don't know that we use the fumble table in this, because it was switched on by an item in your game, Rob, so I don't think we're going to do it. I think instead...
Oh, okay.
Well, they haven't got anything they can drop. Well, let's do the 3 attacks, and I'll give it a thought for a moment.
Well,
'cause
there's
I
just
don't have
dex
the
save they
table
can fall
anyway.
over, maybe.
Yeah.
Reflex, sorry.
I mean... So
yeah,
that's
well, if
one
it's
attack.
hit me 3 times, I'll have 3 lots of damage, please.
So... 20... 22. So you're going to take 22 points of damage from those 3 hits.
Oh my god.
22 points of piercing damage. And can you roll a d100 3 times, please?
Yes, I can. D100 3 times, did you say?
Yeah, 3 hits.
Oh god, we're gonna die.
Thing is, these effects can stack so massively and make this game so utterly chaotic, and that's when you love it.
65. So
Oh my god,
animals
you
hate
become
me.
very lucky. You gain 2 rerolls, as if we've had that twice. That's crazy. You
I'm
have
gonna
2
write that
rerolls.
down. 2 rerolls. Does that count for these D100s? No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
On the D20.
It's for a D20.
Yeah,
Yeah. 42. The meaning of
Meaning
everything.
of life.
Yep.
Oh my god. You gain the ability to breathe underwater and a swim speed.
Bye, guys. I
that's good.
have a pressing matter beneath the surface of the ocean.
Yeah, well, you are a few thousand feet in the air. You think if you were to jump overboard, the water would be like concrete.
Breathe. Do you say breathe water?
You can breathe underwater, yes, and a swim speed
like
of
me.
20.
Breathe underwater.
He's getting some good effects. Now we need some negatives. Come on. Get some negatives.
And the last one.
I'm just going to pick a random one that's bad now. I'm not. I will go by the table.
33.
Oh my god. You gain 1 use of Summon Monster 6.
6?
Get it in! Get it in!
Summon Monster 6.
Get it in!
And it lasts for 1 round per level.
I guess it has to
crazy.
happen immediately, right?
No, you gain 1 use of it. You gain 1 summon monster 6. You can use it whenever you like.
Oh, in that case, I'll save it. Then in that case,
Sure.
we can handle these. If it gets bad, then I'll do it. But okay, cool.
Anything on the list of summon monster 6, and it will last for 1 round per level.
Did I just summon Monster 6?
Did I just summon monster 6?
Someone wants to know.
You guys are immensely lucky because some of these could be so bad and they're really not. And that is the end of the demons' turn. The chaos
Thanks,
demons. And now it is
I would say it's
the
almost worth that.
Raptorans and them. So the Raptorans, this one has a hold of this guy, and he didn't break free. So this one is going to move over here quite happily and just let go. Pirate gone as he just drops this pirate to his death. They are brutal, these guys. Nice and simple when you're on a flying ship. It's a pretty easy kill. He's the only one that's grappled by a Raptoran, though, at the moment. So, once again, we're going to have... This one here is annoyed, and is going to fly in this direction. Is going to fire at the dog.
That makes us annoyed.
The fire-breathing, lightning-breathing dog. What is your armor class?
The lightning-breathing dog.
Your armor class is woof.
16.
Yeah, really particularly good.
I do have scales underneath with natural armor ability.
And he's such a good boy.
That is definitely a hit. That is definitely a hit.
Man,
I am
kill a
good.
dog on this game, I'm not going to be happy.
I killed a dog.
Not a real dog.
Mike.
Not a real dog, and Mike's done it to me. when I was a dog.
True. He'd have literally killed your dog 100 times over.
That's no Craig.
6 points of damage. You made him! don't do that, Mike! 6 points of damage from that shot, and the other one is Night Night. You are going to take 1 shot, and this guy over here is going to fire at you with your armor class, please.
17.
Oh. A shot is kind of loosed at you and just flies directly over your head as he completely misjudges your height. Now, this guy actually has hold of Dimrot, this eagle, and it's going to fly directly over the ship. Over this way. And just because he's a named character, I'm going to give him a chance to cling on. Dimrot actually manages with a 19, swear to God, 19, to cling on to the feathers of this bird as it kind of tries to pick him off. And he said, no, I will not fall! Just holding on really tight. And I will, of course, give Obsidian the same treatment as he's now aloft over the water to cling on.
He'll be fine.
He is not very strong. He has a minus strength. The bird basically does a sort of fly forwards and like a sort of backflip and flings him. So he doesn't just fall, he flies out that direction and just plummets at great speed as Obsidian the Black falls just into the clouds beneath you and vanishes.
I guess he got thrown, so we don't know whether he has that ring.
Hey,
That
anyone who reads comic books knows.
We didn't see him die.
Yeah.
He fell.
If you didn't see him die,
Yeah.
and Obsidian does, yeah, absolutely. You never know. He is in the middle of the ocean.
Oh yeah, he's fucked. He's definitely fucked.
And poor little Dimrot doesn't have that ring. And this eagle is going to once again attempt one grab as it kind of continues to fly. So with its flyby attack on that guy, which it doesn't manage to do, so it's going to fly over this way. And then it's going to turn and start flying back for another round of attacks. That is the end of their turns. Dorvoon, it is your turn. Dorvoon.
Dorvan.
The Dwarven doggy. Dragon.
Well,
Dragon Shaman.
firstly, this Raptoran here takes 9 points of electricity damage as the electricity has been clinging to him.
Yes, clinging.
I attempt to rip his wings.
You got it.
electricity is effective against flat weight. Wrong game. Who knows? Maybe it is. But
this guy, he lands on the deck of the ship. He's taken so much damage that he can't quite get himself up in the air again at the moment. And it's kind of rippling over his body. It's like clinging to him. And he has taken a chunk of damage, so he's now going to struggle to fly. But yeah, he's screwed. I mean, he's taken a chunk of damage. He's barely clinging on.
I mean, that's just that, and the electricity dissipates at that point. I will then, I believe it's a standard action, transform back as Dorvan is like, I need my mace. And as he's reaching out for his mace, for the first time properly looks and goes, that's not a scaled thing, that's a paw, as he turns back into a dwarf a bit confused.
I love that he's a random little cocker spaniel. It's so funny. Yeah, you immediately transform back into Dorvan.
That is a standard. Then as a swift
transform is a standard action. Yeah,
as a swift action, I will yell at Johan, remember your bronze heart, as you get +2 to damage as you're next to me, and then I'll take a 5-foot step next to the chaos creature, and that's it.
Amazing.
Excellent stuff.
So yeah, +2 to your damage.
Beautiful.
Thank you. +3
would be
to my usual.
Steve's turn, but he is gone. So now it is Johan.
Johan. He is going to... So actually, it's a good time to bring it up, actually, because our original house rule is that we take a potion as a free action. However, now, and from henceforth, it's now going to be a movement action. It should be even more, actually, 3.5, but
it's I think it's supposed to be a standard, but so
as a movement action, it will still provoke an attack of opportunity as well, so have at it as he goes to take a potion.
This one, having thought about it, obviously he got the critical fail, so what I'm going to say is he is just prone for a round and has kind of splattered himself out. And will take the appropriate kind of negs and stuff. But this one will take an attack of opportunity upon your armor class of 21?
21. Fingers crossed right now.
That is a natural 1.
Whoa, that's very lucky. That is very lucky.
That is a 6. This one is also splattered out.
Get on the ground!
You've basically managed to sort of take their feet out a little bit as they're attacking you with your blocks.
Oh my god.
And you've just made both of them now prone until next time it's their go, I guess.
My movement is spent taking the potion, and it feels fitting that it would have to be me that shouldered that burden to begin with, so there we are. I will take Cure Moderate Wounds, which, as I understand it, we've been doing 2d8 plus 5. 10. Sorry.
Yes. Again, that's a thing we do as a house rule, everybody.
Finally, my d8s come up
max out.
Golden.
We're quite generous with our healing because, I mean, it helps with
because I literally would be dead if that wasn't the case right now. So Johan knocks back the Cure Moderate Wounds, so his movement is spent. He will now, because he can't do Flurry of Blows because he's done a movement action. So he can only do a single strike, which he will do against the creature on the floor. You'll just take that off his armor class, right?
Yep.
I now have +3 to my usual attack bonus, thanks to the +2 from Dorvoon, and a +1.
Oh, that's just damage.
Oh, damage, sorry, mate. Okay, no worries.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's alright. So, in that case... Oh no, I can just do it here. So that is actually 13. Oh no.
That's possibly a fumble.
This is a problem. This is a big problem. Let's see.
Remember,
is it
you
a
have
fumble?
2 re-rolls.
Yep.
You are lucky and have 2 rerolls.
I have
that
2
you've got on
rerolls.
your- If you want them.
That was me confirming the fumble. Was that a fumble?
Yeah. That would not be a fumble, no, so...
I am going to spend one of my rerolls.
Spend a reroll. Just take the attack. Come on, man. You got this.
25.
That is a hit.
Yeah. So 2d8 plus 2 plus 2. So plus 4. Wow, that's better.
Okay. How do you absolutely mulch this thing?
Is it the Mortal Kombat film where he stamps onto it and goes, yeah, and like rams it into the ground? That's what he does. He stamps on it.
Grinds it into the floor.
That's my turn. Thank you for your
Brutal.
patience.
Excellent work. No, not at all. Absolutely excellent work. So 1 demon is down, which you can see the other 2 demons now are slightly weakened by that, i.e. their armor class and damage is less. That is Johan. It is Night Knight. Night Knight, behind you, you have a demon. However, I should have done this, I suppose, on his turn, but I think we'll just do it on yours. It's easier. This guy is still within 10 feet of you, so he is going to roll a fortitude save, and I said it was DC 16? 15, did I say?
Yeah, 15. I wrote 15 down.
Okay. Which he does not make. He just kind of goes, oh, oh, and there is a horrific stench, and he is sickened. I don't remember all the looking at it. Oh my god.
Let's
Hang on,
do
I still-
protect saves and checks.
All good. I've still actually got the ghast open for the actual thing. So it's
no, it's dumb.
sickened for 1d6 plus 4 minutes. So roll a d6.
Two.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6. So 6 minutes. He is sickened, so he takes a minus 2 on attacks, damage, saving throws, skill checks, ability checks, all of that good stuff. And that will definitely show up in his side of the combat against the pirates. There's not that many pirates left, but we're still hoping. Poor old Captain Dimrot Lebrine. But Night Knight, it is actually your turn.
So Night Knight's gonna
You are aware that you stink.
full retreat because he is not okay. So I'm gonna run all the way to the back of the boat, which
Right.
does take me past this person,
Yeah,
my 2 pals.
does. That guy... He won't take an attack of opportunity. He's not even bothering. I don't think he will either. The pirates aren't actually fighting you.
Well, no, I did a full retreat, so they wouldn't be able to anyway, right?
If you move past them, I think it's only if you're withdrawing away out of someone's attack of opportunity range.
Yeah,
so
but you're moving
they
past
wouldn't get
them
it.
as a smelly goblin.
But moving past them. Oh, but you are moving past them with the smells, of course.
And me.
You're also moving past Dorvan. Okay.
Wait, 10 feet.
Fort saves all around, please.
And Johan.
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
me.
God, both.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Great. Now
Yeah.
both pirates also. That's going to make a difference because
What's
both
the
pirates
save?
are both sickened.
DC 15 fortitude.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
I can
No
do
trouble,
this.
mate.
I'll
No
do
Guys,
trouble.
come on. Dorvan is fine.
29, I've smelled.
You are aware that he stinks, but you have smelled worse. Johan,
Come on, you.
how are you feeling?
I don't know. I'm
Squidmish.
looking at my fortitude, which is all right actually.
I believe in you, Johan.
What was it? DC 15.
Yeah.
DC 15, yeah. Fortitude.
Fortune.
Fortitude.
Yeah. He's too busy going. Ah.
You do kind of, in the middle of going, go, and then just, carry on, because it is disgusting. Yeah, so Night, you're nearing the back of the ship, and you can see that these things are definitely kind of glowing. And they said to you, obviously the artifact you're looking for, very clearly, is a small shard of the crystal that once held aloft the Empirical, the Grand City, the Empirical. Obviously, the crystal originally held an entire city aloft. This is a tiny fragment, enough for a ship, but it is still considered a powerful artifact. What you do with that information is entirely up to you. It's very easy to access. It's kind of right there within this sort of glass case on the ship. But that is the end of your turn.
Yeah.
The pirates now are going to go. This one, so he's going to rush across and try and fight that guy. This one's going to carry on fighting. This one is going to attempt to move into the fray. Now his mate is fighting, so he's going to move alongside and attempt to fight that guy. And obviously the Raptorans are going to go afterwards. None of them are going to get attacks on you guys, though, this time around, because you're sort of fighting in the middle and Night's right at the back, so it's all against the pirates. So let's have a bit of a see. Okay, so the pirates actually take out that guy. And that guy. And things are going in their favour, as none of them die this round. They are doing all right. It has swayed slightly back in the favour of the pirates. But we shall see. The Raptorans will just move towards the sort of side of the ship. They're not moving on to the ship necessarily because they don't need to at the moment. Why would they? That would be madness. The giant eagles, though, are now coming back your way. This one is direct line, so it's going to go for that pirate. This one is direct line, and is going to go for either of you two.
Roll.
So, who wants to roll it? Let's go.
Mike, you roll it. You roll it.
Let's say Dom. Dom's not the one.
D4, 1, 2, Dorvan, 3, 4, Johan.
Just to interrupt, Ollie Frankie has added to the chaos.
Damn it, Ollie.
Added to the chaos. Amazing. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna roll my own now.
just to let people aware that there is, once again, just to remind you that you can spend your bones, which are your viewer rewards, to trade them in for boons. One of those boons is Add to the Chaos, which is another roll of the Chaos dice. Thank you very much.
Not quite.
No?
In this case, what it has done is it has allowed each of these demons the ability to fly. But it could do a series of things. It could add another demon into the battlefield. It didn't this time, you're quite lucky. But it has given them the ability to fly and a fly speed, so they can move around much, much easier now.
So, okay. Who was rolling for
Thanks
the
for that.
eagle?
So 1, 2 is Dorvan, 3, 4 is Johan. Night, roll it. You're not involved, man. Come on, you got this.
It's going to be Dorvoon. It's going to be.
4.
Sorry,
3,
Johan.
4.
It's going to be Dorvoon who escapes the attack.
gonna be Dorvan. It's gonna be Johan. It is going to attempt.
This is not going according to plan.
This is their whole thing. So it's going to attempt a touch attack on you first because it's going to try a grapple. Can you?
Oh, my touch.
What is your touch armor class, please?
Good question. It's pretty good, actually.
Ooh.
19.
I rolled a 19.
Oh.
A touch. And then it is opposed grapple, please.
Okay. Opposed grapple.
You're going to beat a 20. Never mind, it is a large creature, so that's why it's quite good.
Okay.
Come on, man, you got this. I believe in you.
Okay, plus that, so that is just that. No dice.
Oh dear. It has you in a grapple, and because it has flyby attack, can immediately move further. I'm on the wrong thing.
Oh no.
40 feet to there.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on,
So
Johan.
you are within its grasp, you are beneath it, in its claws, over the chasm of nothingness in this flyby attack. And that is the end of its turn.
Oh god.
Oh no!
Oh god, I'm so screwed. I'm so
to
screwed.
Ride it, Johan, ride it!
Oh.
Okay, and that is the end of the eagle. Oh no, hang on, that eagle was going to go against him. Right. Same situation. And this one is in a fight with Dimrot, and I want to know if it drops him. I'm going to give Dimrot another chance to cling on.
Better
Oh
not
dear.
drop him.
Oh dear.
No, Dimrod.
Dimrot LeBron!
Obsidian, save him.
He might. You never know. But for now, he is done, and this eagle flies about to come back into the fray. That is their turn. So it was them. Dorvan, it is now your turn.
Wait,
Johan was in front of you,
He's
Did I-
and then suddenly
go before the chaos creatures.
they already went, didn't they? Didn't they?
No, I think they transformed because of Add to the Chaos, but I don't think that was on their
Oh,
turn.
they did. No, they didn't actually go, and I went and skipped their turn for the Raptorians. Well, there's only one of them here. This one is going to turn around and chase Night Night. No.
With wings.
But it's only going to be able to get to there. This one is going to continue an onslaught and attack Dorvan. So Dorvan, armor class of 22.
Yes.
2 attacks. 1 hit. You take 8 points of damage. And a D100, please.
Oh god.
If you are, of course, if you are yet living. I do sincerely hope you are.
50. Right down.
A 50, an exact 50. That's going to be a good one, isn't it? Come on. Oh my god. Hang on. DM guide, page 95.
Eh?
No, this couldn't be worse at this point in time. Okay.
Oh no.
You are hit. You are hit by a gust of wind at windstorm force, which is 51 to 74 miles per hour. You are medium. So... Oh dear. Oh no, it's not actually quite so bad. If you were near an edge, it wouldn't be so. It would be worse, but it's
But
not
it's one
quite
away
so
from an
bad,
edge.
I don't think. So, can you do? Well, first of all, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to roll a d8, and I've counted where I've just because it's going to be easier to do. So 2, 1, 2. So actually, it's going to hit you directly from that side because I counted from here. 1, 2. So it's hitting you towards this edge. But I need you to do a fortitude save.
Critical fail.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, so you are knocked 1 square that way and you are knocked down. So you are prone. But it doesn't manage to pick you up and lift you and take you anywhere because it's not quite powerful enough. But at windstorm force, I mean, drastic much. Yeah. Wow. Oh dear. Don't roll that one again. That could have been a lot worse, yeah. That's not as bad as it could have been, for sure. But you are prone, and you've certainly been knocked towards the edge. We're good. That is the end of the demon's turn. Now it is your turn, Dorman.
Part of me thought I could throw them overboard. I forgot they now have wings. So, no, not going to do that. Right. Well, I will provoke 2 attacks of opportunity. Because I've got to stand up or move away, so...
Oh no.
Miss. 4 and a 3. You lucky swine. Well done. Well done. Very good.
So let's stand. I'll go back to there. That's the rest of my movement. And then I will just hit the blue one for 1 attack.
Very nice.
He says he cannot. Right, I'll just do the old-fashioned way.
You got this, man.
Hopefully. Oh, 15.
It doesn't exceed armor class.
No.
It hits it. So it's not a hit.
That's how we play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm afraid it doesn't work out in your favor. So you attempt to hit this thing, but you are okay. But it is fine.
Has a swift action,
Yep.
which, let me just check. Oh, night, you are, Johan. You're not. I activate my draconic aura of vigor as Dorvan's like, bronze ones heal me with urgence and panic. You get fast healing 2 starting now every one of my rounds, but you only get it up to your half your max. So if you hit half your maximum, it stops.
Cool.
Just above half my maximum.
Don't worry about it then.
Johan, it is your turn.
Johan is in a bit of a bind, literally, because he's grappled above like an insane drop, and if he just escapes the grapple, then he will just drop, right?
Well, so I would say if you were to do a grapple check and succeed, you would essentially be reversing the grapple, so you're gripping onto it rather than it gripping onto you. In which case, it might be that you can.
I mean, I'm good. I
some strength
should be good at grappling, but I just rolled really badly. So I mean, there is a chance I could do that. It is way bigger than me, though. My thought is if I can reverse the grapple, then I might be able to grab onto one of its wings to try and yank it back towards the ship, maybe?
Yeah.
Link's power.
Because, like, I was thinking,
Definitely gone up, so you've got some downtime before it, so
but,
give it a go.
But it might go horribly, horribly wrong. But I do have a single reroll. So if it goes really bad, then I will have a reroll. But we will see how we do. The same grapple check. It is +8. Let's go. Now there's a 2 on the die.
You're gonna have to use that reroll because you got to beat a 23.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to beat that. What do I need to roll if I have an 8? That's
15 to get
I'm rolling an
23.
11.
So you need
Yeah, 15.
so I need 16.
Oh, what you need is someone in the chat. Beg them in the chat. Somebody.
Oh my god! No, I spent Redium's D4 as well. Oh, I could really use it right now.
I don't know if you have a choice.
No,
You kind of
I don't. This is it. This is it, gents.
25% chance.
Because, I mean,
do it.
Or
save it to see if you can cling on to it when it tries to drop you.
Or that.
Because the other's got they're all for either way. You get 2 more shots.
this is my action is doing this. So just re-rolling it is just to see if the action worked instead of failing. That, however, is
you're trying to reverse
reaction.
the grapple. It doesn't necessarily
So I
mean it's going to
wouldn't-
drop you the second you fail.
I don't know. It did before, didn't it? Oh no, it did the second time for the captain.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm going to use the re-roll. I need to get a 16. Embrace the ethereal dream.
10 off.
No, he is. He's basically wrestling with this thing in the air, but he isn't able to. He's like, get off me!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Right.
He's just
Night.
losing his rag.
Night
It is
is
your
going to
turn.
take out the artisan's compass and bring it into contact with the shard.
Sure. So you can feel that something ahead of the ship, sort of down from the ship and ahead of the ship, is trying to come into being, but is being blocked currently. Power is definitely there. There is a portal nearby. The ship is slowly heading towards where the portal will be, but whilst those demons are still there, the portal will not materialize.
Okay. Well, presumably that's my action and my movement, so I can't do anything about it this round.
Okie dokie. Now that, okay, guys, that is the end of the round. It is midnight. Having Johan hanging from a giant eagle. I mean, I'm not wanting to leave you hanging all week, dude. But I feel like, you know, being midnight, we may, because there is maybe a bit more to this combat, given the ship's got to move towards the port, or there might be a bit more. How do you feel?
That's fine.
Do you want to push on? I've got noted where we are and what everything's going on.
No, I think that's a good place to leave it if everyone is happy to do that.
It's a big cliffhanger slash
Cliffhanger, almost literally.
just hanging from beneath a giant eagle.
Is it worth rolling some backup stats?
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's end the session. I'll roll some backup stats. Oh no, I did roll some backup stats.
Yes, yeah,
I've already done that. I've already done that. So
I don't think they were that bad, as I recall.
No, they were all right. Yeah, so I'll stick with them. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The combat is wonderful, and I mean it's going not
very
well,
poorly.
but it's going. It's kind of interesting. I really want it, but it's yeah. It's at least a few more rounds.
Yeah,
and it is gone midnight now.
Okay,
so we shall call it there. It's been fun, guys. I think you've done incredibly well. And the chaos, which is exactly the chaos I was going for. J'adore le chaos. Yeah. The triumphant cockatrice has been just as much fun as I'd hoped it would be. I have absolute faith that you'll get out of it.
I
Just steer it.
I don't have as much
Pretty
faith.
sure
It is
we're
a
fucked.
very powerful eagle that has a great advantage over me. I don't think it's going to go well.
Quite close to death, so I might roll some stats.
Oh, I'm definitely going to have a new character ready for next time, for sure.
Same.
I don't see that going well, so we'll see. We will see.
Should we do that very quickly on stream, or should we do that?
Nah, do it off stream.
Cool.
We don't roll stats on stream. Stream.
Perhaps some boons will roll in next time. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, guys. I think that there are some things that might tip the scale a little in your favour, and
we need the boons back.
Get a few boons on the go, and you might actually, somebody in the chat might save your ass.
I'm gonna increase the amount between this session and next to say that more boons can come through and at a lesser view rate.
I don't mind
be as many as you need.
That's the thing with TPK is, man, I really don't mind how many you have.
We'll leave it.
No, it's
because it all adds to the experience. But you know, this is it. The thing is, like, as far as challenge rating and stuff goes, giant eagles aren't that high a challenge rating. It's just that you're fighting them very much in their territory. It's all about where you fight things, and in this case,
Well, there we are. Do you want to sign us off
There we
then,
go.
Matt?
Yeah, thanks very much for joining us, everybody. Thanks very much for joining in the chat. It's been lovely and active, which is what we like to see. We very much look forward to seeing you next week, which we think will probably be Monday, but we're not 100% sure yet because we haven't
It won't be
discussed it, but
Monday.
we will. It won't be Monday. It won't be. I've just been told. Voice in my ear. The show's producers have told me it will not be Monday. But
Breaking news.
Oh, it might be
Yeah,
actually. It depends when I'm back. We'll talk.
it's been an absolutely chaotic adventure, which is exactly what I was aiming for. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what's going to happen next time. So join us for more fun and games in Chaos Falls.
Putting the falls in Chaos Falls.
Putting the falls in
Yeah.
Chaos Falls, absolutely. And until I'm not going to get it right, Rob. Until next time, burn them rolls.
Burn them rolls.
Bone them.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks, guys. Bye bye.
Oh, God. Oh,
Wear buns.
no.
Night, you need a shower.